Chapter 599. She had been responding to Qing Su in a daze, but what did she say? Her husband cheated on her? Yi suddenly sat up from the bed. As soon as she sat up, she felt dizzy. She knew that she shouldn't sit up immediately after waking up, otherwise, there would be insufficient blood supply to the brain and cause dizziness. But this time, she couldn't control it. She was so dizzy that she wanted to immediately lie down and rub her head, but she grabbed the newspaper in Qing Su's hand. The newspaper made a cha-cha-cha sound. Yi was looking for it anxiously. Qing Su reached out to flip it for her. Luo, take a look. Take a look for yourself. Qing Su was a gangster when she was young. She was occasionally polite, but that was because she felt that she liked the person. She would give the person some benefits appropriately. As they got closer, she would throw away the fake politeness she learned from the rich. At this time, she was scolding Yi as if she was educating a child who expected better from her. Look at yourself. What kind of person did you marry? He is still an official. If he was a businessman, wouldn't he be creating gossip every day? I say, you're really too much. You just let him do whatever he wants. You've only been married for a few months. If it were me, I would cripple him. Qing Su was still young and didn't understand love. She didn't understand Yi's sour and sharp pain at this time. It wasn't because the reporter described Jiang Zhao's betrayal, but because she remembered clearly the last time she called Jiang Zhao. Ouyang answered the phone. When she found Jiang Zhao, he smelled of alcohol and didn't even take off his clothes. Yesterday she was injured. The first thing she did when she woke up was to ask him the time. She was afraid that he and Ouyang had been together. If it was only these 2 times, she felt that the reporter was exaggerating. But when she saw the story of his and Ouyang's past, Yi couldn't help but cry as she read. A pair of young lovers who had been together since they were 15 or 16 years old. They didn't leave each other all the way through junior high school and university. Many young men and women who yearned for love were blocked out by their persistence. Childhood sweethearts were scourges, and the scourge was rooted in Ocean University. This pair of childhood sweethearts in other people's mouths didn't need to swear an oath of undying love. In the years since Ouyang left, no other woman had appeared by Jiang Zhao's side, and her Yinyi had become an unexpected accident. The reporter said that the secret behind this was really unknown. But Yi knows. How did she end up marrying Jiang Zhao? She snatched Ouyang's opportunity and forced him into the teeth of the storm. When she did that, she had already made up her mind. Unless Jiang Zhao wanted to kill her or ruin her reputation, he could only marry her. Jiang Zhao was not as ruthless as she had expected. She was very glad that a night as husband and wife meant endless devotion for the rest of their lives. But in the face of Jiang Zhao's feelings for Ouyang, Yi fell back and clutched the newspaper tightly. Silent tears fell like rain. The more she thought about the content of the newspaper, the more she felt that her future was hopeless. She couldn't see it at all. She was thinking about how long she could hold on. Everyone had a limit. No one was willing to tolerate their husband having another woman outside. But she could bear it. She had to bear it because she couldn't afford to lose this marriage and lose him. She tried her best to kill time for him. She tried everything to make him spend more time with her. In the past, when she took care of Sijia, she learned to cook a lot of dishes in order to let Sijia eat more. After they got married, she learned even more. She told him every day what was delicious that night and how unique the cooking was. She hoped that he would come home for dinner. He came as scheduled. She had hope in her heart. But some people said that the one thing a man could never forget was his first love. And the roots of Ouyang's first love were so deep. Even she, an outsider, couldn't help but weep when she saw them go through hardships together. Let alone this pair of people from the Qing dynasty. She had always been unwilling to ask about their past. Even if Tsung Tingting took the initiative to tell her, she wasn't willing to listen or remember. If she didn't know, she wouldn't care. Yi held her forehead and looked at the ceiling. But she was Mrs. Jiang. Ouyang was now a mistress. But what if this matter pushed them too far? What if they admitted it? What should she do? No. She definitely couldn't give them such a chance. A day as husband and wife, 100 days of grace. How many days had she been husband and wife with Jiang Zhao? She couldn't count the number of days of grace in the remaining days. Why should she let them be like this? Jiang Zhao was hers. Qing Su couldn't understand her forbearance and pain. But Qing Su hated men who had a foot in two boats. One side was warm and fragrant, and the other side was in the arms of a beauty. What kind of happiness was this? He was simply a beast. Yi Er. She slowly calmed down and sat up on the bed. She took a tissue and wiped the water stains on her face. Lulu, how did you react when you saw the newspaper? Qing Su said. I'm furious. Where did you see the newspaper? My dad gave it to me. How did your dad react when he saw it? Qing Su thought for a while. My dad said that Jiang Zhao is done for this time. The premonition bomb that had been exploding in Yi's mind exploded with a bang. It exploded. That's right. Now it was not about the love history between Ouyingyan and Jiang Zhao. It was about Jiang Zhao being done for. The deputy mayor was not the deputy mayor. This kind of problem was fatal. Moreover, because Jiang Zhao was young and handsome, women looked at him like he was a celebrity. All these years, there were no scandals about him. He was simply the ideal marriage partner in the hearts of the women in High City. This had unknowingly formed the power of an idol. But now, this idol had a problem with his style. Yi picked up her phone from the bedside table and turned it on. She told Qing Su that she wanted to go back and rest first. Qing Su refused and refused to leave. She promised that she would not make any sound when Yi was on the phone. She also promised to keep her secret. Yi always knew that Qing Su and family men did not get along well. Moreover, Qing Su had saved her life before. So she trusted her more than others. So, she let Qing Su sit on her bed. While waiting for the phone to turn on, she held her phone tightly. The pale color on her fingernails showed how difficult it was for her to do so. When the signal was full, she dialed Jiang Zhao's number. Jiang Zhao looked at Yi's incoming call. He sat up straight and picked it up. Hello, Yi. Hubby. Yi was still like this. She tried to make her voice sound normal. You're not sleeping anymore? I saw the newspaper. Jiang Zhao's back suddenly straightened. He did not know why, but he was inexplicably excited. This abnormal excitement made him look forward to Yi's reaction. Aha, I saw it too. What do you plan to do? Me. Jiang Zhao was stunned. Shouldn't she be angry? Yi did not understand why Jiang Zhao was still like this. Wasn't he worried at all? Or could it be that this was an opportunity for him and Ouyingyan? Zhao, I don't think this matter is good for you. No matter what, we should stand out together and explain this matter. Don't you think so? How do you want to explain it? Jiang Zhao smiled slightly. Yi was stumped by this question. How should she explain it? To be honest, she was the one who dragged him home from Ouyingyan's bed at the apartment in the northern part of the city. They did not even have time to do anything before she dragged him home. Yesterday, she was injured because she wanted to ruin their plans. I think we should discuss this matter with Ouyingyan. She has feelings for you. She wouldn't want to hurt you, right? As long as the three of us deny that what was written in the newspaper is false, it shouldn't cause any trouble. Don't you think so? You're still so young, yet your words sound so convincing. Then tell me, how should the three of us explain this? Jiang Zhao tempted Yi, step by step, hoping to get some of the answers he wanted from her mouth. You can discuss it with Ouyingyan. Ask her to say that there's nothing going on between you and her. After that, I will say that all of you are innocent. Okay? Yi actually did not have any experience in this area. She felt that as long as the three of them insisted on this matter, there would definitely be no problem. However, she was unable to persuade Ouyingyan, so she could only rely on Jiang Zhao. Jiang Zhao sighed. Why do you want me to talk to her? The public will surely insist that the three of us had discussed this matter beforehand. Don't you think so? No matter how we explain, it will be a cover-up. The public will think we are treating them like idiots. Also, at this time, they will think that I am the deputy mayor, and she is working in the procuratorate. If both of us admit to our relationship, then there must be something wrong with our brains. Do you think there's any use in explaining to the public? What Jiang Zhao said was the truth. Moreover, if someone wanted to mess with him, Even if this matter seemed to have calmed down, the mastermind behind the scenes would definitely stir up more waves and make this matter a laughingstock again. Moreover, this was not the only matter he had now. If Yi stood up, there would definitely be people who would slowly point the finger at Yi and Yun Hongwei. The medical parole period was too long. Yi felt uncomfortable when she heard Jiang Zhao's honest words. Explaining is a cover-up? What's wrong with him? He doesn't even want to explain himself. Does he really want to use this opportunity to divorce her? Yi got angry and hung up on Jiang Zhao. She shouldn't have called Jiang Zhao and made herself suffer. Thinking that it was really hard to calm down, she immediately called Xiaqian. After the call was connected, she sobbed with grievance. Tian, you must help me this time. Aren't you working in the media? Can you help me get in touch with someone useful? I want to hold a press conference. Xiaqian sounded like she was running. She was panting on the other end of the phone. You are such a good-for-nothing. My sister called me early in the morning to tell me about this. She asked me to look for you later, so as not to disturb your rest. Wait for me. I will look for someone now. I don't believe that I can't teach this couple a lesson. Yi hung up the phone with Xiaqian and began to put on her clothes. Now, she felt more and more that it was important to have a few close friends. When she needed help, Zheng Ling shamelessly helped her drug the government officials. When she wanted to snatch the custody of her younger brother, Zheng Ling took out the share transfer agreement. No matter what the result was, although she didn't want those shares, Zheng Ling really wanted to help her. Awesome novel, Hongcha 866. Chapter 600. Xiaqian and Xiaoyu were very loyal to their friends. Even Qing Su would stand up for her the first time when her family was in trouble and speak up for her. Friends were an indispensable part of life. After today's incident, she was even more determined not to listen to Jiang Zhao. She must have her own friends, true friends. She wore a black and gray knee-length coat with a mature design and color. She wore a pair of dark-colored trousers and 3 pairs of shoes in the shoe cabinet. Jiang Zhao had asked someone to bring them over. She chose a pair of black high-heeled boots and put on some light makeup. She touched the gauze on the back of her head and let her hair down. She fixed the belt of her coat in front of the mirror and straightened her back. She told Qing Su to have a good rest. Qing Su was young and liked to play. Although she did not want to play with the children of rich families, she did not want to play with the people she cared about. Yi was unwilling. Qing Su had injured her lungs and internal organs. She was not like her. In the end, when the doctors and nurses did not allow Qing Su to leave the hospital, they stopped Qing Su from acting rashly. The news of the mayor's affair was very shocking. So, under Xiaoya's guidance, Xiaqian used, the mayor's wife will give a one-sided response to this morning's news as a gimmick. They found many reporters from various TV stations, and within 30 minutes, all of them arrived at the College of Communication. Xiaqian said that they could not find such a big place elsewhere, so they found the college's auditorium. Yi immediately kissed Xiaqian a few times over the phone. When they arrived at the hospital, they called for a taxi. Xiaqian snorted and said, "Our deputy director wanted to take advantage of me, but I actually ignored him the whole time. He was about to go bald, and his head was shiny as if it was smeared with lard. However, my sister told me to seduce him, but I couldn't let him get close. I had to act coquettishly from a distance and ask him to borrow the auditorium. At first, I didn't want to go, but my sister said that if I couldn't do it, then I was useless. If I let that man take advantage of me, then I shouldn't work in the media industry anymore. She said that it was because the circle was dirty. In fact, a good-looking woman would attract dirty things in any circle. If she couldn't even deal with men, her career wouldn't be able to continue. You have to reap the benefits and not let the men take advantage of you. Only then can you survive in this circle. Because in the future, when you interview someone, the other party might want to touch you. It all depends on your own alertness. That's why I went to CEO, our vice president. I also know that my future path will be more difficult. I have to adapt to it first." After saying this, Xiaqian smiled shyly, but this shyness was a little unnatural. After listening for a while, Yi Er felt that the main point of such a long speech wasn't the deputy director's baldness, nor was it the deputy director's desire to take advantage of Xiaqian, nor was it Xiaoye teaching Xiaqian how to deal with men. Suddenly she slapped her thigh and said, Xiaqian, you said a few hundred words in a roundabout way just to tell me that I'm beautiful, right? Yi Er, you just figured it out? Shouldn't you have figured it out a long time ago? Xiaqian immediately laughed out loud. What are you laughing at? I'm not in the mood to laugh with you. I'm hanging up. Wait for me over there. The gray fog was getting lighter, and the sunlight was getting brighter and brighter. It was so bright that everything around them was getting clearer. In a fit of anger, Yi Er had asked Xiaqian to help organize a press conference. Indeed, she didn't know the industry, and other than Xiaqian, no one else could do this. At this time, sitting in the taxi, the windows were tightly shut, and the air conditioner was on. If it was in the past, it would definitely make people sleepy. But now, she pressed down the window, allowing the cold air to rush in unscrupulously through the window and into her exposed pores. 20 years old. She was going to be 20 years old soon. But she was not a child. She told herself several times in her heart, Yin Er, you are no longer a child. You have not been a child since you were 17 years old. You are an older sister, a father, and a mother. Now, you are even more so. You are already a wife, and you are not an ordinary wife. Your man is not an ordinary man. Don't be like a shrew. Although you are a down-and-out daughter, you must remember the taboos of decency. Don't forget everything in a fit of passion. The driver in the front seat couldn't see Yi Er's face clearly. He saw that she was wearing a hat and a scarf pulled up high, only revealing her eyes. He thought that she was a young lady who was afraid of the cold. But he couldn't say anything because the passenger seemed to be thinking about something. He silently turned off the air conditioner in the car. The cold wind blew in, and Yi Er breathed in the air through her nose. One moment, it felt fresh, and the next it smelled bad. Yin Hongwei finally called. Yi Er knew that her family would know about this. It was only a matter of time. She picked up. Dad. Yi Er felt that she should at least pretend to be calm. Yi Er, even though Yin Hongwei was a man, after seeing that his daughter's marriage was not happy, he couldn't help but choke up. Just as he expected, his daughter was not happy. She had only been married for a short while, and her husband was already fooling around with the Qing dynasty. Not to mention Yi Er, even he felt depressed when he saw those things. Yi Er straightened her back and sat up straight. This way, her voice would sound more confident. Yi Er had a maturity that didn't match her age. Perhaps she was used to comforting her younger brother, but when it came to comforting her father, it was easy. Her gaze shifted to the front seat and glanced at the driver. Then she turned her head again and stared out the window. Dad, I'm outside right now, so it's not convenient for me to explain it to you. But I believe in him, so you have to believe in him too. We both know the ways of this industry. Can you be more rational? Yi Er, Dad is just sad. Why are you, Dad? It's all a misunderstanding. We will resolve this matter. Don't worry about it. Don't forget to pick up Sijia in the afternoon. Yin Hongwei didn't say anything else. He worriedly said, okay. Yi Er hung up the phone and turned it off. She didn't want to be questioned anymore. She was annoyed enough. She let out a long sigh. The car drove faster, and the wind hit her face hard. The white gas she exhaled disappeared instantly. Jiang Zhao frowned when he received a call from Zhuang Yichen. Yi Er had hung up on him, and was feeling depressed. He sat in the car in a daze, and didn't drive out of the parking lot. When Zhuang Yichen called, it interrupted his train of thought. He realized that he had really given up on himself for a short period of time. But it was only temporary. This psychological hint passed very quickly. Zhuang Yichen said, Brother Zhao, congratulations. Mrs. Jiang got Xiaqian to set up a press conference. It's going to be held in the auditorium of University City's Media College. She's already there. Jiang Zhao's eyes suddenly widened. Press conference? What's that? Yeah, I just found out that Xiaqian got her. Brother Zhao, it's not that I want to criticize you, but you shouldn't have schemed against me back then. You even wanted to use Xiaqian and Qiu Xiaoye to suppress me. How could that be possible? Now you're the one who got yourself into trouble, aren't you? Mrs. Jiang has finally found an ally. When these women are together, they're not easy to deal with at all. Zhuang Yichen felt that there was a banquet tonight, so he had to get Qiu Xiaoye to prepare a suit. Although she was the one who prepared the suit every time, he was still used to going there to try it on. He was used to watching her pick up the lapels one by one and compare them to his chest before saying, "This color is not bad. The texture matches the material of the suit very well." In the end, he accidentally heard Xia Qian reporting the good news. He didn't want to listen in, but Qiu Xiaoye sneaked into the inner office to answer the call. She was getting more and more daring. What phone call couldn't he listen in on? He knew everything about her family. Could it be Kang Yiyin? Did she think that just because she slept with him last night, she could have a foot in both camps today? He walked into her office openly and heard her say, "That's how it should be. Good job. I wish you all the best. Be careful and look for me if you need anything." When she saw him enter, she immediately hung up. After a long interrogation on the table, she finally told him the truth. Jiang Zhao's head was about to explode. Why didn't she discuss it with him? What the hell was she up to? He quickly said, "Okay. I'll hang up first. I'll contact you later." After hanging up, he immediately called Yi Er. Unexpectedly, Yi Er's phone was turned off. Jiang Zhao rubbed his face. Yes, Zhuang Yichen said that she went to the auditorium of the College of Communication in University City. He started the car. The hypnosis from just now quickly passed. He was now very worried that Yi Er would mess everything up. He was very worried that she would hold a press conference for no reason and push their marriage to an irreversible cliff. He called Lu Cheng and gave him some instructions before driving to the university city. Boys of Yinhua's age rarely liked to read newspapers as much as he did. After the heart transplant, he would look for books to read whenever he had nothing to do. Whether it was newspapers or magazines, he would use them to pass the time. The footsteps on the treadmill in the gym were fast and steady. Enyu was bare-chested and only wore a pair of underwear. Sweat flowed down his seductive figure and wet the waistband of his pants. The speed of the treadmill gradually slowed down as he stepped on the rubber track. He let out a long breath and got off the treadmill. He took a towel from the helper and wiped the sweat off his face before entering the bathroom. Unwu came out of the bathroom. Although his hair was still wet and dripping with water, he was obviously much more refreshed now. He wore white home clothes and looked indifferent, as if he was untainted by the world. He left the gym and went to the dining room. Xi Zhentian was not there yet. There was breakfast and newspapers on the dining table. This was Xi Zhentian's habit. He liked to read the newspaper during breakfast, while Unwu liked to read it after breakfast. But today was an exception. The big black words and photos on the front page were too attractive. Just a slight glance was enough to attract his attention. He grabbed the newspaper and quickly opened it. He didn't know if he should be happy or unhappy at this moment. Jiang Zhao cared about someone else. If things got out of hand, wouldn't they be able to get a divorce? Deep down, he had always thought that Jiang Zhao had feelings for Yi Er. Otherwise, why would he care so much about his existence? When Yi Er was in trouble, Jiang Zhao was worried. He guarded her every day and didn't let him go to see her. He had always thought that Jiang Zhao was a strong opponent who blocked his path. But now, Jiang Zhao wanted to eat from the bowl while looking at the pot? Or was he just fighting for the sake of fighting? But how could a person like Jiang Zhao be so easily caught by others? If he wanted to keep a woman, did he need to keep her in his own apartment? And everyone knew that Jiang Zhao lived there? Awesome novel Hongcha 866. Chapter 601. He took out his phone and dialed Yi Er's number. She said her phone was switched off. Did she see the newspapers? And Yu stood up from his seat and quickly walked back to the villa. He went upstairs to his room, changed out of his home clothes, and put on his outdoor clothes. He draped his coat over his arm and got into the car. He started the car and drove towards the private hospital Yi Er was staying at. Yi Er arrived at the auditorium of the media college. Actually, Xia Qian only wanted to invite the reporters. But the front row of the auditorium was filled with reporters. The back and the second floor were filled with students who had heard about the news. It was crowded outside. The handsome mayor's influence was so high. Yi Er stood outside the auditorium and was shocked when she saw so many people. She suddenly felt nervous. She had never seen such a scene before. She wanted to escape. She did not expect there to be so many people. Weren't they all reporters? But can she escape? The invitation was sent under her name. If she did not go, what would happen to Xiaqian? If she admitted that she sent the invitation and did not go, she would be going back on her words. If she denied it, Xiaqian would become the target of public criticism. Luckily, she was wrapped tightly in her jacket. Other than thinking she was slightly taller, no one noticed her. She switched on her phone and called Xiaqian before she saw the incoming message. Qian, I'm here. Where are you? Xiaqian asked. I'm at the flower bed opposite the auditorium. There are too many people there. I'm afraid I can't hear you calling. Yi Er turned around and went to look for Xiaqian. Xiaqian's clothes were very white. In Xiaqian's words, a hardworking girl like her had to choose clothes that were dirty. Yi Er saw Xiaqian in a dirty black down jacket. She waved at her. Turn around. I'm at the fountain. Xiaqian turned around. Yi Er was waving at her from the fountain outside the auditorium. They hung up the phone. You're so fast. Have you thought of what to say? Xiaqian held onto Yi Er's arm. Yi Er was wearing high heels today and was taller than her. Once again, she hated genetics. Why were there so many people who could mutate, but it was so difficult for her to mutate? I haven't decided yet. I'm a little scared to go. Yi Er stopped timidly and turned around to look at Xiaqian. Xiaqian thought to herself, you're not my boyfriend, so why should I look up to you? Damn it. Don't you know how to wear heels when you come looking for me today? Since he was so tall, why was he standing here instead of being an electric pole? Thinking about it was one thing, but he couldn't say it out loud. Idiots weren't stupid. What's wrong with you? You asked me to find someone to hold a press conference for you. Haven't you thought of what to say? Yinyi, are you trying to kill me? I haven't even graduated yet. How am I going to survive in this industry in the future? Let me tell you, if you let what happened today affect my future employment, you have to compensate me immediately. Otherwise, I won't let you off. How will it affect your future employment? Yi Er felt that she should relax a little and talk about something else. She didn't pull down the scarf around her face. She felt that the fabric around her mouth was a little damp after she spoke. Think about it. I'm from the School of Communication. Today these people are all trying to pull strings with my classmates. Even the teachers and the head of the school are saying that Xiaqian dug up the news, and that I'm going to be famous. But you're telling me. But now they're saying that I don't dare to go. You want me to take my diploma and go to the television station to look for a job? Do you think they'll hire someone like me, who's so dumb, to be a news anchor? You know that you're dumb, but you still want to be a news anchor? You're asking for a beating. Xiaqian said fiercely. Although she said that, she knew that Yi Er was afraid. She had always thought of herself as an older sister. As an older sister, she had to be as capable as her older sister and be able to protect her younger sister. Yi Er, let me tell you, don't be afraid later. You just have to deal with that adulterous couple. You're the victim. If you get a divorce, you'll get a lot of money. When Xiaqian saw the newspaper, she was furious. How could Jiang Zhao not treat Yi Er as his wife? How was he going to continue living like this? The newspaper said that he and Ouyang Yan had a deep relationship. If Jiang Zhao got together with that despicable Ouyang Yan in the future and transferred their assets, Yi Er would be the one to lose out. Divorce was always a woman's loss. Not to mention the relationship, if she was labeled as a divorcee, it would be different for her to find a husband in the future. It didn't matter if men got divorced. This was no longer considered news in the media industry, so the best way was to get the money that she deserved. She was even consulting Yi Er with her lawyer. She was determined not to lose to that adulterous couple. Yi Er was taken aback. What? Divorce? No, she wasn't here to get a divorce. What did Xiaqian want? Did she want her to get a divorce because of this news? I don't want a divorce. I won't get a divorce. Qian, I'm not holding this press conference to get a divorce. I'm trying to save this marriage. Are you mistaken? Yi Er's eyes peeked out from under the scarf. Her voice wasn't loud because she was suppressing the urge to shout, but her eyes were slightly red. She had been red the entire time. She was nervous, guilty, and fearful. She wanted to fight for it, but she was afraid that Ouyang Yan would beat her back. This forced her to turn red. You don't want a divorce? You've seen them in this state, and you still don't want a divorce. Yi Er, don't say that I look down on you. Jiang Zhao's family background is not bad, but you can't ruin your life for his family background. How old are you? You have a future ahead of you. What if he's sleeping in the same bed as you and running to another woman? What if you're old? What will you do? Qian, he didn't. I was there both times. I don't know why, but I have a feeling that someone is trying to mess with him. Really? Why would I lie to you? Xia Qian looked seriously into Yi Er's eyes. She wasn't good at reading people's minds. Most of the time, her reactions were a little slow, and she would come up with some fallacious reasoning. That was why many of her classmates had signed internships, but she couldn't. After looking at Yi Er for a long time, she still couldn't understand what her eyes meant. She felt that this woman was so anxious that she was about to cry. Forget it. You're my friend. You can do whatever you want. Anyway, I'll support you no matter what you do. Xia Qian pulled Yi Er away from the crowd and went around to the back door. They entered the auditorium from the back door. Did you discuss this with Jiang Zhao before you held the press conference? No. She wasn't going to discuss it with him. He probably wanted this matter to blow up. She wanted to be the first to act and cut off these people's escape route. Xia Qian once again pulled Yi Er back. Oh my god. Yin Yi. Are you trying to play me to death? I'm done playing. I feel like my future is going to be ruined because of you. I don't care. I can't get a divorce anyway. Yi Er's scalp hardened. She tore off her scarf, wrapped it tightly around herself, and stuffed it into her big bag. She took out her phone, and her face appeared on the black screen. She used the screen to tidy her hair. She was supposed to tie her hair up today to look more energetic, but there was a bandage on the back of her head. She had to let her hair down and wear a hat to cover it. Xia Qian sighed. Yin Yi, you can take my place in the future. I'm not as stupid as you. You're the stupidest woman. Yi Er rolled her eyes at Xia Qian. I'm already worthy of my ancestors by being a stupidest woman. I'm already worthy of you by not being crazy. Xia Qian was stunned. Okay. I won't talk about you anymore. Go. I'll protect you. She then patted her chest. Yi Er looked at her coldly. Stop it. If you take any more pictures, you'll lose all your A's. Xia Qian was about to curse when Yi Er turned around and walked towards the podium from backstage. The stairs were covered with an old red carpet. The texture was not good, and it was only used to prevent slipperiness. When one stepped on it, it felt as if they were not stepping on solid ground. One could hear someone checking the microphone, and the sound of tapping echoed. There were also sharp screams in the air. Lifting the dark red velvet curtain of the side door, the auditorium was as bright as the sky. Yi Er took a deep breath. The sound of the camera shutters was like a thunderstorm. In an instant, the camera flashes came crashing down on her like lightning. Yi Er knew that she had no way out. The front was flat and open, and the lights were brilliant. Although there was a red carpet behind her, there were stairs at every step. It was dark and dangerous. So she had no choice but to move forward or retreat. Everyone yearned for a better life. A better life. Although there was pain, there was calculation, there was exploitation, and there was no other choice. But what he gave her was stability, happiness, warmth, and a complete family. Yi Er's mouth slowly widened. She knew that her expression, her gaze, and her actions were all criticized. So she was Mrs. Jiang. She had to be able to make people speechless in front of everyone. She had an outstanding husband. Her husband was her role model. She thought about the scene when she chased the robbers into a dead end. He had descended like a god to save her and protect her. She had clung to him like a little Pekingese and begged him to take her back to the rundown neighborhood. He and she were enemies, but he was willing to let go of their former enmity and carry her upstairs because of the injury on her foot. She felt that he had always been kind, and she was the one who was too vicious. He had saved her from Zhuang Yichen and hid her in his apartment. He had saved her from the car that was about to hit her, and sent her back. He did not want to have anything to do with her. She had repaid kindness with ingratitude. She had schemed, used, and snatched the position of Mrs. Jiang from the woman he loved deeply. In fact, other than not loving her, he had always been good to her. Not many women could live a stable life like her. Jiang Zhao had been very good to her, very good. Thinking about this, the corners of her mouth widened. Her eyes were filled with gentle and happy ripples. The camera shutters captured the beauty of the woman with the red curtains. It was as if she could feel the first ray of light at dawn. Yi Er stepped forward with a smile on her face. She walked gracefully to the podium in the middle of the rostrum. Listening to the chaotic sound of the camera shutters, Yi Er recited Jiang Zhao's name to calm herself down. Yi Er patted the microphone and it rang twice. Yi Er adjusted her hat and tried to speak slowly so that she would appear more elegant and worthy of her husband, Jiang Zhao. She only spoke with her own unique sense of humor, not allowing herself to appear overly reserved. Hello everyone. After a simple opening speech, Yi Er politely nodded to the audience. The sound of the camera shutters became more intense for a short while. Jiang Zhao held his phone and heard his wife's voice. Hello everyone. I'm Yin Yi Er, Jiang Zhao's wife. You can call me Mrs. Jiang. My friends from the media, please take prettier photos of me. However, digital cameras don't waste film. You can choose prettier photos and publish them to satisfy my vanity, which is a love for beauty. Yi Er's eyes flashed with a bright light. Her eyes curved with a teasing smile. Even the monotonous tone of her voice changed slightly. But tomorrow's headlines don't have Mrs. Jiang's vanity to the extreme. Then I'll remember the names of the reporters and editors in the newspaper. Then I'll find your children and ask them, Darling, do your parents always lie to you? Welfare Hongcha 866. Chapter 602. After Yi Er finished speaking, the audience burst into laughter. No one expected the deputy mayor's wife to be so humorous. She does not sound like someone from a political family. Someone asked impatiently, Madam Mayor, how do you want to respond to today's newspaper? The podium was a little high, so some people had to place a stool under it. However, Yi Er was tall, and she was wearing high heels. So even if she placed her hands on the table, she could still straighten her back. Looking at the reporter who asked the question, Yi Er nodded her head and smiled. This beautiful lady seems to be in a hurry to ask this question. Everything I'm saying right now is a response to your question. But my brain and logical thinking are not as good as my husband's, and my organization is not as clear as his. You can't ask me the same way you ask him. Although I don't expect you to tolerate my shortcomings like my husband, don't rush me, or my brain will short-circuit. Yi Er skillfully praised Jiang Zhao and used Jiang Zhao's love for her in her speech. She also used a humorous way to express it. The audience burst into laughter again. Also, I need to correct the beautiful Mrs. Mayor. The current mayor of Haiqing is Mayor Chen. My husband is only the deputy mayor. You should call me Mrs. Jiang. Jiang Yuning said. Yi Er's eyes brightened up when she heard the laughter from the audience. She continued, I am not here today to use my husband's title and the title of Madam to respond to today's newspaper. I am here as Jiang Zhao's wife. The person mentioned in this press conference is not a deputy mayor. He is only my husband. Yi Er did not dare to clench her hands together on the table to relieve her nervousness. She could only put her hands together in a seemingly relaxed manner, because she knew that other than the audience, there were also countless cameras on the surrounding 2 floors. Just as Yi Er paused and was about to catch her breath, another reporter asked, What's the matter? How will Mrs. Jiang respond to today's newspaper? Sigh. Yi Er smiled and sighed. This handsome guy seems to be very anxious. You can change your seat and sit next to that anxious beauty. Maybe you will have a lot to talk about. Ah. The audience laughed. Yi Er touched her hat and did not answer the reporter's question. Actually, I shouldn't wear a hat on stage today. Last night I came back from Qingbei apartment and caught a cold. The wind is strong today, and I am afraid I will catch a cold. Mrs. Jiang, did you say that you went to Ouyang Yan's house with the deputy mayor last night? A reporter grasped the main point and asked anxiously. I had said before. Don't mention the deputy mayor. Next time, please use this question. Mrs. Jiang, are you saying that you and Mr. Jiang Zhao went to Ouyang Yan's house last night? Or Mrs. Jiang, are you saying that you and Mr. Ouyang Yan went to Ouyang Yan's house last night? I will answer these two questions. I will not answer other questions because this is my family's business. Behind closed doors, I only have Jiang Zhao in my house. There is no Deputy Mayor Jiang. I had said before that this is my personal behavior. Now my husband and I are just ordinary people. Do you understand? Some of the reporters laughed and jeered when they heard the word dear. Understood. Yeer smiled and said, all right, then please ask your reporter friends who understand. Mrs. Jiang, are you saying that you and Jiang Zhao went to Ouyang Yan's house last night? A reporter asked Yeer with a cheeky smile. Yeer felt much better now that a very serious press conference had turned out like this. Otherwise, she would be dead meat if she continued to use a very serious method to deal with these reporters. Because the more serious and tense the atmosphere was, the clearer the minds of these reporters would be, and the more unreasonable they would be. Dear, you are so considerate. You can understand everything so quickly. Happy working with you. Let me answer. Yi Er's reporter laughed and sat down. This mayor's wife is too funny. Yi said, actually when I saw this newspaper this morning, I was thinking of a problem. I have to criticize it. The editor who wrote this newspaper is really not dedicated enough. I want to emphasize this matter here. People who work in the news and media are most afraid of not being able to endure hardships. They don't even have the willpower to stay a little longer to look for news. It's better not to do it. Last night, the three of us alighted from the car together. After that, I hit my head, and my husband rushed to bring me back to the hospital. The last time, I was also the one who left the apartment with my husband. But the editor said that he had left, and no one left. I feel that if there is no end to the report, it means that the reporter is immoral. People who are immoral will not be able to work in the media industry. At this time, Xia Qian brought a laptop to the stage and passed a USB flash drive to Yi Er. This is the CCTV footage from last night. It only shows the three of you alighting from the car together. Show it to me. Yi Er smiled and nodded. With Xia Qian's help, he connected the projector and played a short video. Although the video was from a distance, the car and the three of them could be seen clearly. It matched the scene in the photo. After the video ended, the video stopped. All of you can see the timing of this video. So, I will not say anything about the newspaper's response. Anyone with eyes can see how unprofessional the editor is. Yi Er unplugged the USB flash drive and passed it to Xia Qian. Thank you. Xia Qian walked off the stage coolly. She did not seem to have any relationship with Yi Er. I have another reason for coming here today, and that is to apologize to Miss Ouyang. Actually, I usually call her Sister Yan in private, but to make the apology more official, I will call her that. Yi Er appeared to be very sincere. His sincerity was so genuine that it could be mistaken for the real thing. I have nothing to do with Jiang Zhao. Our relationship is very good. I was present both times. We trust each other, and there is no rift between us. However, the biggest victim of this incident is Miss Ouyang. She is not married yet. Reputation is very important to a woman. I don't know what the editor is trying to do by slandering her. When Miss Ouyang first returned to High City, she had to find a place to stay in the north of the city for work reasons. I was the one who offered the house to her. If you don't believe me, you can go and confront her. Miss Ouyang is a dignified woman. Everyone in High City knows that. I think it is too much for her to be criticized just because she was in a relationship in university. Everyone here has gone to university. Why don't you do a spot check now? How many of you did not break up? Could it be that because they had broken up, their relationship with their current lover was not good? If you are, then stand up bravely and argue with me. Record this argument well, and put it on the internet, so that more people can watch. Yi Er's tone was full of humor, and did not sound like she was criticizing anyone. Using her tone, the atmosphere was so relaxed that it did not feel like a woman who was holding a press conference because of a mistress. The audience laughed. Who would be stupid enough to stand up and say that their ex was better than the current one? You still want to argue? If they had a boyfriend or girlfriend in the future, the explanation would be a cover-up. When Jiang Zhao and I got married, Jiang Zhao was already 29 years old. I feel that it is normal for a 29-year-old man to have a relationship. I feel that he does not need to be responsible for his past relationships. What do you think? But he is the deputy mayor. He is not an ordinary person. Someone was finding fault with Yi Er. Yi Er narrowed her eyes slightly. Her tone was still gentle and slow, but it felt like there was a knife hidden behind her smile. But you are a reporter. People say that being a reporter is a sacred and noble profession. Your pen can kill and kill. With a wave of your pen, you can decide the happiness and unhappiness of others. Don't you think your status is higher than mine? Then shouldn't you be responsible for your past relationships? After Yi Er finished speaking, she smiled at the reporters in a very friendly manner. The reporter who asked the question was stunned. How did it become his responsibility? We are going to ask about Deputy Mayor Jiang. He needs to give us an explanation. Handsome, you are too agitated. My husband is not Deputy Mayor Jiang when he was in university. He was in a relationship at that time. What did you do? Could it be that you know you will be the TV station chief in the future, and that's why you did not date in university? Ha ha. Qing Su, who was backstage, laughed. Yi Er was good at debating. The reporter was confused by Yi Er. What she wanted to ask was not the past. She wanted to ask about the present. Even if last night's incident was because the editor did not take the appropriate photos, what about the previous incident? Yi Er shrugged his shoulders. I was also there the previous time. There should be surveillance cameras in my neighborhood, and we went home together. You also know that the editor is not reliable. You would rather believe him than me. Even if you continue to question him, you will not get any results. Or are you saying that you are willing to believe an unreliable editor? You want to learn from him and create some unreliable news to entertain the public? Do you really want to be a reporter with this kind of quality? I don't think it's a good idea. The reporter took a deep breath. This was clearly not a press conference. What kind of nonsense was this? Just as he was about to question further, Yi Er ignored him and said seriously to the audience, my ability to organize my words is not very good. So in the end, I still want to take this opportunity to apologize to Miss Ouyang. Last time, because I was not at my new home, Miss Ouyang called me to inform me. I asked her to bring Jiang Zhao back to the apartment in the north of the city, so that I could pick him up immediately. Yesterday the three of us chatted together for a while, and then we sent Miss Ouyang back to the north of the city. In the end we were misunderstood time and time again. I also hope that the editor who wrote this report will come forward. My husband and I can forget about it. I have said before that we trust each other, and there are no cracks. But this editor should apologize to Miss Ouyang. As for the psychological damage and compensation, I also hope that Miss Ouyang can protect her own reputation and interests. Whether she is a civil servant or not, I feel that she should have the right to protect her own reputation. Otherwise, the next time an unethical editor wants to become famous, he will make groundless accusations without any legal responsibility. In a harmonious society, everyone is equal. Add. Xingwu 799. Chapter 603. When Ouyang Yan heard the audio link, she was so angry that her face turned uglier. What kind of bullshit apology was this? This person was trying to shift the blame of Jiang Zhao onto her. In the end, both of them were fine, and Ouyang Yan's reputation was ruined? Her reputation was ruined? She had to use the law to protect herself? This damn Yinyi. What a disgrace. She threw her earpiece on the floor and stepped on it. Jiang Zhao's car had stopped at the university, but he did not alight from the car. He did not want to miss the voice of the person talking on the phone. He also does not want to eavesdrop outside the car. Actually, he did not want to say anything about this incident. No one will dare to do anything about it. His father and grandfather will suppress this matter. Luckily, news about someone like him will not be broadcasted live. Today's news will not appear on the government's media, and it will not be broadcasted. Dong Xuebing wanted to stop this, But he could not. The phone was switched off. After that, he called Xiaqian. Xiaqian told him that Yi Er did not want to get a divorce, and that was why she held this press conference. Dong Xuebing immediately asked his men to check the CCTV footage from the north of the city. He was a political figure, and it was not suitable for him to hold a press conference to announce his past. But Yi Er did not know what was going on. But when Yi Er heard from Xiaqian's phone that there was only Jiang Zhao in the house and no Deputy Mayor Jiang, Dong Xuebing felt his eyes sting. He felt bitter when he heard those words. She had approached him because he was the deputy mayor. But at this moment, Dong Xuebing was willing to take her words as the truth. She said their relationship was good, and they trusted each other. She also said her husband was tolerant of her shortcomings. Dong Xuebing thought to himself, just let her be. If she were to create a mess, he would clean it up. Because of what she said, their relationship was good, and they trusted each other. Because of what Xiaqian said, Yi Er said she did not want to get a divorce. So, just let her be. Anyway, Dong Xuebing had never spoiled her. Putting aside the sensitivity of his position, he felt that Yi Er was really cute when she was talking. Maybe being the mayor's wife had made her suppress her personality too much. She was not even 20 years old, and he felt sorry for her. Qin Zhen sat in Jiang Liqing's office with a cold face. Jiang Liqing poured a glass of water, but didn't pass it to Qin Zhen. He just put it on the table and drank his own glass. Jiang Liqing. Qin Zhen hated it when Jiang Liqing was like this. He was usually like a raging lion, but as long as he was in front of her, he would be lukewarm, making her feel like she couldn't get angry. At the very least, they had to argue for a bit before they would get angry. What do you plan to do about Zhao Zhao? Jiang Liqing, on the other hand, was not in a hurry. The winter military uniform looked very thick and textured. For someone of his age, he looked tall and handsome. Of course, but you agreed to let him marry Yanir. Qin Zhen was stunned. Was he trying to settle old scores with her? I didn't expect Yunyi to hold a press conference. I've already talked to the government media. This matter will not blow up in a month. Jiang Liqing still looked indifferent. Are you still a man? You don't even have any reaction when something like this happened to our son. Jiang Liqing raised his tiger-like eyes and looked at Qin Zhen without blinking. Could it be that he had misunderstood? Qin Zhen didn't like people who were gentle. She liked people who were hot-tempered. He had been suppressing his temper in front of her for so many years after their divorce. Was it easy for him? Then how do you want me to react? Jiang Liqing raised his voice and became fiercer. No one can control that brat now. How can you control him? As his mother, how can you control him? If you didn't go against me in the past, would he be able to marry Yanyi? It's all because you are muddle-headed that you agreed to this marriage. Qin Zhen was stunned. What? Jiang Liqing dared to scold her? Scolded her for being muddle-headed? I'm just afraid that our son will follow in your footsteps. If he ends up like you, being depressed for the rest of his life because the woman he likes got married, that's my son. Why should I not agree to it? Jiang Liqing wanted to explode when he heard Qin Zhen say this. What was the point of bringing up old scores? Who hadn't been young before? But Qin Zhen didn't like him being gentle. She said that he wasn't like a man, so she raised her voice. Then why are you talking about it now? You made the mistake, and you still have the cheek to come here and make a scene? You should be the one to clean up this mess. Qin Zhen's face turned pale. She couldn't stand Jiang Liqing suddenly speaking to her like this. Did he mean that she shouldn't have come to him? But he was Jiang Zhao's biological father. If she didn't come to him, who would he go to? She turned and grabbed her bag on the chair, opened the door and walked out. Jiang Liqing suddenly froze. Before he could finish scolding her, his ex-wife had run away. Wrong again? After Yi Er's press conference ended, Jiang Zhao told Xiaqian to let Yi Er take the call. Yi Er didn't seem to hear the questioning from the people below the stage. She elegantly lifted the curtains and left the backstage. As soon as she walked down the stairs, she fell weakly into Xiaqian's arms. Xiaqian was still on the phone with Jiang Zhao. She originally wanted Yi Er to take the call, but Yi Er almost fainted from being nervous for a long time. Xiaqian was so scared that she cried out, Yi Er, are you okay? Don't faint, I can't carry you. You're so tall and I'm so delicate. Hey, even though we're backstage, aren't you afraid that someone will take photos? Hey, take care of your image, Ye. Hold on a little longer. Jiang Zhao got out of the car and slammed the door. He asked anxiously, Xiaqian, are you guys still backstage? It was noisy backstage. Xiaqian was holding the phone and hugging Ye's waist. She didn't hear Jiang Zhao at all. She slowly moved to the chair. After she put Ye down, she picked up the phone and placed it next to Ye's ear. Your husband is looking for you. Ye felt like she needed to take in 2 breaths of air. She was a little breathless. After hearing Xiaqian's words, she didn't dare to answer Jiang Zhao's call. She kept her head down, not knowing how Jiang Zhao would deal with her tonight, until a pair of shiny black leather shoes appeared in front of her eyes. A pair of creased trousers wrapped around a pair of slender legs. She looked up and knew that she had provoked him. She exhaled, pouted, and opened her slender arms. Her pitiful eyes glistened with tears as she said in a pitiful voice, Husband, I'm scared. Hubby, I'm so scared. I'm still young, you can't hit me, what nonsense are you talking about? Jiang Zhao glanced at Xiaqian, who was standing next to him with her eyes wide open, as if she wanted to question him. When did he hit her? Oh right, last time he hit Ye's but in front of Xiaqian, but he didn't have the tendency to be violent. Jiang Zhao's voice was cold. In front of Xiaqian, he really couldn't do anything intimate. He coughed dryly and said, Xiaqian, please go and see if the people outside have left. He handed over his car keys. Also, please drive my car that was parked under the locust tree to the back door. I'll take her back to the hospital first. Xiaqian said unhappily. Oh. Although she felt that Jiang Zhao was wrong to hit Ye, she was a little afraid of Jiang Zhao because of the incident last time. At this time, she could only take the keys and leave angrily. After taking a few steps, she turned back and said to Ye, Call me if you need anything. Ye said, Go quickly. It's just a few steps. Why are you wasting money on the phone? Xiaqian rolled her eyes at Ye. You took my kindness for granted. She was just worried that Jiang Zhao would hit her. As soon as Xiaqian left, Jiang Zhao lifted his trousers and squatted in front of Ye. He reached out and rubbed her temples. Are you still dizzy? I'm not dizzy. Then why were you dizzy just now? Jiang Zhao helped Ye stand up. Ye felt a little more energized. I was scared just now. If you were scared, then why did you still do it? Jiang Zhao lightly slapped Ye's butt. Her butt was really bouncy. Ye stomped her foot. Jiang Zhao, you said you wouldn't hit me. Jiang Zhao shrugged. I didn't say that. So you sent Xiaqian away, because you wanted to hit me. Jiang Zhao, I hate you to death. Jiang Zhao was stunned for a moment. He said angrily, If you love me to death, then I'd be surprised. I won't love you to death. I don't know either. When Unwu arrived at the hospital, the nurses refused to reveal where Ye had gone, so he went next door to look for Qingsu. Qingsu was sitting on the bed playing games. When she saw Unwu, she waved. Unwu, are you here to play again? Great, let's play games together. Unwu smiled gently. Lulu, why isn't Ye here today? Qingsu felt that Unwu was quite tactful. When she heard Ye call her Lulu, she followed suit. She went to the auditorium of the College of Communication in the university town to hold a press conference. Did you see the newspaper today? Yes, I saw it. Unwu continued to stand at the foot of Qingsu's bed. He did not walk over to watch her play games. Qingsu moved the mouse as she typed on the keyboard. Yeah, she cried when she saw it this morning. Then she went to look for her friend and held a press conference. She was there for quite a while. I wanted to go, but she wouldn't let me go. Unwu frowned. He adjusted his collar and was about to leave when he nodded and smiled. Ye did the right thing. You need to get some rest. You all seem to care about me. Qingsu felt quite conflicted. She wanted to talk to Unwu about Ye, but she couldn't do anything in the game. It wasn't that she didn't care about her friends, but the game was also very important. Unwu said, Of course we're all friends. It's only right that we care about each other. I just came over to take a look. Since you're fine, I'm going to work. Have a good rest. Okay, bye. Qing Su thought about it and decided to say goodbye. She didn't have the energy to deal with him now. After saying goodbye, she buried her head in the game. Unwoo drove to the university town and stopped calling Yi Er's cell phone. If it was turned off, it wouldn't be turned back on so quickly. From the city center to the university town, they had to take the expressway bridge. In the middle of the bridge, there was a thick red and white striped partition. Yunwa's car was separated from the partition by the Audi coming from the opposite side. The wind brought up the fine dust and then floated in the world. The phone in the Qin family's house had been busy. Qin Rongfang didn't put down the phone after he answered it. After arguing for a whole morning, Mr. Jiang Zero called, and his voice sounded like frying iron beans. Old bastard, how did my grandson become like this? What kind of grandfather are you? I told you not to stay in High City. You can't protect him, but you insisted. I tell you, once his term is up, I will find a way to get him back to Jiangzhou. You can't stop me. Qin Rongfang was actually anxious about Jiangzhou's affairs, but he didn't want to be outdone. You're the old bastard. My grandson is very good. Nothing happened to him when you took care of him. People who achieve great things always have to have some troubles. I don't need you to care about me. Zhao Zhao is willing to stay in High City. It's useless even if it's your wishful thinking. I tell you, just take care of him at home. Even if you want to interfere in Zhao Zhao's affairs, I won't give you such a chance. You old bastard. So many things happened to my grandson this year. You're not qualified to be an elder. Add. Hongcha 866. Chapter 604. Qin Rongfang had always liked to dress up like an immortal. If it was summer, he would hold a folding fan in his hand and wave it. The calligraphy on the folding fan had to be from a famous artist. He was very modest outside, but when he met Shi Zhentian and Old Master Jiang, his temper could not be stopped. This was because he always felt that he was at a disadvantage in front of Shi Zhentian and Old Master Jiang if he was polite. Those guys always said, "I'm a gangster," or "I'm here to fight the Japanese." If he did not act like one, he would be their son. Why do you care if I'm qualified or not? Don't meddle in my family's business. Don't talk about a scandal. Even if he was photographed kissing another woman, I can settle it. After saying that, he hung up with a pia sound. He took a few deep breaths. He would not give that old thing a chance to scold him back. His face flushed red. He took a sip of tea and the color slowly receded, returning to his normal complexion. Sitting by the phone, he thought for a while and called Jiang Liqing. Liqing. Hey, Dad. Jiang Liqing had been calling him Dad for more than 10 years after the divorce. Qin Rongfang never said anything and was happy about it. It was as if his daughter and son-in-law had not divorced. Liqing, I have something to discuss with you. Dad, go ahead. Yi Er's intentions are good. She was born in the Yun family, a wealthy family. Her family situation is different from ours. Qin Rongfang paused. Jiang Liqing immediately said, Yes, Yi Er really did not consider today's matter. Qin Rongfang held the phone in one hand and held the lid of an old-fashioned teacup in the other. He gently slid the tea leaves on the surface of the water. Actually, you know that Zhao Zhao is outstanding. Not to mention his current position, his looks and figure are all things that women outside want to touch. What Qin Rongfang said was the truth. There were countless women in Jiang Zhao's unit who sent him autumn vegetables. It was not easy for him to remain chaste for so many years. Not to mention his family background. In the past few years, many families in Haiqing have been saying that they want to marry their daughters to our Zhao Zhao, right? Jiang Liqing agreed and said, Yeah, Daddy is right. That girl from the Zeng family has a good family background, right? Our Zhao Zhao doesn't like her no matter what. Actually, her family Ouyang is quite good. She has been educated and reasonable since she was young. No one can say anything bad about her. She was once in a relationship with Zhao Zhao. Sigh, I also thought that Zhao Zhao wouldn't want that girl from the Yun family at that time. He's not someone who can't differentiate between current affairs and has his own ideas. But after getting married, he can't separate himself from the family Ouyang. I feel that, regardless of whether this is true or not, it can't be our Zhao Zhao's fault alone. Qin Rongfang said what he wanted to say. Jiang Liqing was stunned. Sure enough, the two old masters of the Jiang and Qin families were protective of their children. There were layers upon layers of hidden meaning in their words. Dad, what are you trying to say? Jiang Liqing was a little confused. Could it be that his father-in-law had called just to chat with him about his thoughts on this matter from the beginning to the end? That couldn't be, right? What I want to say is that Zhao Zhao is a good catch. There are many women who want to stick to him. We might encounter such situations again in the future. Yi Er has already done her best to suppress this press conference, but what she did was a little wrong. She was too reckless. But as you know, she's injured now, so it's difficult for me to communicate with others. Zhao Zhao is beside me, so I don't know how to express myself. But you're Yi Er's father-in-law, so it's easy to talk to her. You should tell her to be more careful in the future. After all, a family with a political background is different from a family with a business background. But you should watch your tone when you speak, in case Zhao Zhao accuses you of bullying that girl again. Recently, he's been very protective of that girl, so I can't be bothered to say anything. It's a novelty. Qin Rongfang finally finished expressing his thoughts. Jiang Liqing almost vomited blood. This was his father-in-law. After all the calculations, it was his fault. Ever since Yi Er was hit by the car, everyone had seen Jiang Zhao's attitude. In the past, Qin Zhen felt that her son had been snatched away and would get jealous easily. But now, she had restrained herself, afraid that she would make her son unhappy again. This father-in-law of his was quite accurate. He didn't let Qin Zhen scold people, but let him do it. What did this father-in-law say? That it was difficult to communicate? That he didn't know how to express himself? He felt that this father-in-law of his was quite good at expressing himself. He even knew how to tell him to watch his tone. Dad, I don't think there's a need for this. No matter how hot-tempered Jiang Liqing was and how much he wanted to scold Yi Er for what she did today, when he heard Qin Rongfang's request, he was enlightened. He had to learn from Qin Rongfang and not be the bad guy. After all, the press conference had already started. Even if he wanted to scold, he had to see his son's attitude first. If his son acted like it was nothing, he would endure it and talk about it next time. How can there not be a need? Qin Rongfang straightened his back and argued. What does Yi Er know? You must remind her. If something like this happens again in the future, will everyone hold a press conference? Will she be able to handle it? When the time comes, no one will remember the mayor's achievements, but there will be lots of scandals. Also, the moment she responds, she will stir up trouble again. As long as someone wants to create trouble for her, she will continue to stir up trouble. She should not have given those people a chance. Jiang Liqing had no way to refute. Okay, I will go and visit her tonight. Qin Rongfang happily replied. Good. Liqing, take care of yourself too. Jiang Liqing was speechless and laughed as he hung up the phone. Everyone wants to bully him? He still needs to perform well? Ouyang Yanfeng stomped on the earpiece, still unable to vent the anger in her heart. Yinyi had always been a sharp-tongued woman. She had always known that. She also knew that she loved to paint a picture of peace. Otherwise, when Yin Yi saw her and Jiang Zhao hugging each other on their wedding day, she would definitely have fallen out with them. However, at that time Yin Yi acted as if nothing had happened and pulled Jiang Zhao away. This kind of ability was really not something that ordinary women could tolerate. In front of Jiang Zhao, Yin Yi called her sister Yin affectionately. But behind Jiang Zhao's back, Yin Yi was arrogant. She said the apartment belongs to her husband, and she can move in whenever she wants. The last time she dragged Jiang Zhao away from Chongbei condominium was a stark contrast. What's more infuriating was that Yin Yi even framed her. If Ouyang Yan wanted to prank someone, why would she need to push him away? This Yin Yi was the best actress, but this woman was not even 20 years old. Where did she learn such wild tricks? Ouyang Yan felt that she was good at enduring. She wanted to quietly make Jiang Zhao and Yin Yi divorce. They did not have a child, so she would not mind if Jiang Zhao divorced. But now, the situation was getting worse and worse. It had completely deviated from her original plan. This incident was supposed to agitate Yin Yi, but now she was so agitated that she did not want the contents of today's press conference to be released. If it was released, how would she be able to face others? She was willing to be a third party and go out to meet people. At least people would acknowledge her relationship with Jiang Zhao. Now she was the joke of Haicheng. Yunyi even stood up for her and said something about being dignified. What did she mean? Couldn't Ouyangyan have something to do with Jiang Zhao? The reporter who wrote the report did not even have to apologize to Yunyi and Jiang Zhao. How generous, how magnanimous, how open-minded a mayor's wife should be. But Miss Ouyang was innocent. The editor who wrote the report should apologize to Miss Ouyang, who had a dignified character. Bastard. She originally wanted to reply with some ambiguous words, but she was blocked by this damned Yunyi. Ouyangyan's phone rang, but she did not hear it. After a few times, she picked up in a panic. Grandpa. The old man's voice on the phone was kind and dignified. Yanyan, are you satisfied with this matter? Grandpa has helped you as much as I can, but you're too late. You should have come out before Yunyi came out. Now she has everything to say. The Jiang family and the Qin family have already informed the media. The contents of today's press conference will not be broadcasted on the official media, but there will definitely be a video on the internet. If you come out again, will it be of any use? Grandpa. Ouyangyan slowly squatted on the ground. Her head was between her knees. She covered her mouth and cried helplessly. Grandpa, what should I do? What should I do? I've only liked one man in my life. Grandpa, Jiang Zhao lied to me. He said he would wait for me. So I left Haicheng to experience life. But when I came back, he got married. Grandpa, he lied to me. I've never been in a relationship outside, and he married another woman. He lied to me. Yan, don't cry. The old man sighed. Grandpa spoils you too much. You're just short of the moon and the stars. Grandpa has already scolded you for doing this, but it's useless. Grandpa just can't change your mind. But the Jiang family can't be compared to other families. We've been friends for generations. Yan, it's not ancient times now. You still have to marry the elder and the younger generation. But Grandpa, he shouldn't have lied to me. If he hadn't said that, I wouldn't have believed him. I would have either left and wouldn't miss him, or I wouldn't have left. He lied to me. Grandpa, I think there's no meaning in living at all. He lied to me like this. Ouyangyan collapsed weakly on the ground and curled up. Her outer shell had been torn apart, and she couldn't be dignified and reserved anymore. Yanyan. The old man's voice suddenly deepened. Yanyan. You're not allowed to do anything stupid. Grandpa will think of a way. Grandpa, you can't not help me. You brought me up single-handedly. Grandpa, if you don't help me, I'll really have no one to rely on. Jiang Zhao helped Yi Er back to the hospital. Yi Er didn't dare to offend Jiang Zhao, so she didn't say a word throughout the journey. Jiang Zhao kept thinking about the minor details of the matter. He didn't mean to ignore Yi Er, but Yi Er felt that Jiang Zhao was angry with her. She curled up in a corner and didn't dare to act rashly. Take a rest. If you're free, go and play with Qing Su. I'm going to work, Jiang Zhao said anxiously as he prepared to leave after settling Yi Er on the bed. Yi Er sighed. Okay, I know. When Jiang Zhao was about to leave, Yi Er stopped him. Zhao, you're angry with me, aren't you? You can tell that I'm angry. Jiang Zhao stopped in his tracks and happened to walk to the wardrobe in the corridor. He looked at himself in the mirror and tidied up his appearance. I'm not blind. You never discuss anything with me, Jiang Zhao said reproachfully as he turned around. How could I not discuss it with you? I asked you to look for Ouyangyan, but you refused. So you hung up on me? So you went to look for Xia Qian to hold a press conference? So you had the guts to turn off your phone? Jiang Zhao didn't want to argue, but for some reason, the two of them became more serious as they spoke. She didn't treat him as her husband at all, and acted on her own accord. He was the head of the household. Since when did she have the right to make decisions? Even though he was soft-hearted and allowed her to finish her sentence, her starting point was wrong. He didn't pursue the matter with her, but she started to blame him? Jiang Zhao, you're so annoying. So annoying. Yi Er punched the bed angrily. This man was so annoying when he was being fierce to her. Of course you hate me. Don't tell me you like me. Jiang Zhao remembered that he had said something similar when she said she hated him. Now that he said it again, he felt like he had to get to the bottom of this. I don't like you. You bastard. You only know how to be fierce to me. You're simply a bastard. Jiang Zhao smiled and raised his handsome eyebrows. He was pleased with himself and looked like he wanted to anger the little hussy who was yelling at him. That's great. I don't like you at all either. Look at you, you're just like a little shrew. Ouyangyan isn't a shrew, Yi Er said angrily. That's right. Of course she's not a shrew. Do you even need to ask? Can't you tell? Just as Jiang Zhao was wondering if Yi Er was jealous, Yi Er harumphed. Unwu isn't a bastard either. He's much more gentlemanly than you. People like you who don't know how to respect women should be taught a lesson. Jiang Zhao's face instantly darkened. What did you say? Yi Er was angry that Jiang Zhao was still protecting Ouyangyan when they were together. Can't you tell? A handsome young man like Unwu is a true gentleman. Handsome young man. Jiang Zhao was so mad that he wanted to smash something. She said that she wasn't in the mood to go to work. But why did she have to King talk about Shi Unwu again? She was still thinking about him all the time. She felt upset whenever she didn't mention him. Young man? Handsome young man? When he thought about how Shi Unwu was about the same age as Yi Er, Jiang Zhao was furious. Yi Er sat on the edge of the bed and stood up. She thought about how she was afraid that the D*MN Ouyangyan would beat her to it. She had fought so hard to protect her marriage, and she was still injured. Was it easy for her? In the end, her husband thought that she was a shrew. A mistress is better. A mistress is gentle like water. Bah. Isn't that right? Unwu is better looking than that Yunyan of yours, isn't he? What's so good about that Yunyan of yours? Isn't she just good at pretending? What's so great about that? She's such a vicious woman. You treat her like a treasure. Is she as kind as Unwu? Jiang Zhao really had the urge to resort to domestic violence. If she hadn't just recovered from her serious injuries, if she hadn't just recovered from her old injuries yesterday, and if she hadn't fainted from exhaustion backstage today, he would have beaten her up today. Really, this woman was clearly asking for a beating. Jiang Zhao suppressed his anger, but when he saw Yi Er raise her chin and act like she was in the right, he couldn't suppress his anger anymore. He rushed over and grabbed Yi Er's shoulders, pushed her back, and pressed her onto the bed. Yi Er reached out to hit him. Jiang Zhao, what are you trying to do? Jiang Zhao didn't even take off his shoes. He put his knees on the bed, raised his leg, and straddled Yi Er. Damn D*MN wretched girl. I'm going to teach you a lesson today until you can't call out Shi Yunwu's name. Beauty novel Songshu 566. Chapter 605. Jiang Zhao felt that he needed to stuff Yi Er's mouth with cotton wool, so that she couldn't scream. This woman always had the ability to drive him crazy. If he continued to go along with her, he was afraid that he would be angered to death by her. There would always be the smell of disinfectant in the hospital. This smell was like gunpowder when it entered his nostrils. Shi Unwu was a handsome young man. Handsome? She dared to say that another man was handsome in front of him. This wasn't the first time she had been so bold. It wasn't enough to praise his beauty. She even praised his kindness. Jiang Zhao, you're going to bite me again, aren't you? Are you jealous? Jealous that I think Unwu is handsome. When I say that Unwu is kind and nice, you're jealous. You like me, don't you? You're in love with me, aren't you? Yi Er raised her small chin. Her lower jaw was clenched, and her small mouth was slightly open. Her pink lips were also bent, and the smile on her face spread all the way to the corners of her eyes. Jiang Zhao exhaled. This little hussy, just forget about this, right? Wait for this, right? You? Look at you, this little shrew. What's there for me to like? All you do is cause trouble for me. What's there for me to like you and fall in love with you? Why, are you crazy for me to fall in love with you? Even in your dreams, right? Jiang Zhao also learned from Yi Er and smiled. When he smiled, he was fighting a psychological battle with the other party. The woman's eyes were dark like two marbles under the light. Yes, even in my dreams, I'm waiting for you to fall in love with me. If you fall in love with me, I'll win. It's a pity, Yin Yi, you'll never win in this lifetime. The man's silhouette seemed to have been carved. His handsome face was clearly overflowing with the morning sun. At that moment, the beautiful scene made one's heart palpitate. The stars in his eyes were sparse, but the flowing light was exceptionally dazzling. Yi Er was arguing nonstop a second ago, but in the next second, she was seduced by his beauty. The man's forced lips were mesmerizing. She couldn't win? He was hers. She could spend the rest of her life with him. Did he dare to say that she couldn't win? Was he the heavenly emperor? She turned her head and bit the back of the man's hand. The man cried out in pain. Yin Yi, are you a dog? In the next second, a thin and soft tongue wrapped around the man's hand and sucked slowly. The big hand that was pressing down on the woman's other shoulder loosened slightly. He stared blankly as the woman slowly licked the place she had just bitten. This little thing. She always used such vulgar methods to shut him up. But he always enjoyed it. There was no pressure on Yi Er's shoulder, and her body was still being straddled by Jiang Zhao. She ignored him and raised her hand to hold Jiang Zhao's hand. She opened it up and brought it closer to her mouth, so that she could enjoy it slowly. Touching the man's palm, her fingertips touched his career line, his relationship line, and his lifeline. It was said that the lines on one's hand would change. The clear and deep relationship line in his palm, where it was broken, would the end of it become clear and deep because of her? The soft touch in his palm, and the soft wet kiss on his hand. Jiang Zhaogang said. Yun. Yi Er interrupted. Hubby, does it still hurt? Jiang Zhao sighed softly. Why was he still in pain? This woman. She really made him love and hate her. He froze and forgot that he still had to go to the restaurant. Someone had stolen half a day of leisure. He had stolen half a day of joy in the morning. He leaned over and hugged the woman with his long arms. He lay down on his side and faced her. If I continue to be tormented by you, I won't go to work. How can that do? If you don't go to work, what am I going to eat? Then why are you still making a fuss? Then give me a kiss and I won't make a fuss. Yi Er pouted. Jiang Zhao had no choice. He grabbed her chin and kissed her lightly. He really didn't dare to kiss her deeply. She was just taking the initiative to get close to him for a moment, and he had the urge to indulge. But it was too late. He had to go to the restaurant quickly. There must be a lot of things to do today. Yi Er said. Hubby, I'm almost done. I want to be discharged and go back to school. Go back to school when the injury on your head is better. Actually, hubby, I don't want to study accounting. Oh, I want to learn to dance. Yi Er lowered her head. She loved Jiang Zhao, and she had thought of giving up her hobbies for him. She could learn accounting, but dancing didn't have to go to a specialized school. All right, I'll continue to take the exam for that major. But can I learn to dance in my spare time? What for? Jiang Zhao said. His hand was still grabbed by Yi Er. At this moment, he pulled her closer to his mouth and kissed her. Dancing at your age in elementary school is good. You have a better figure and a better temperament. You're not going to develop in that direction, so why do you still want to learn that? Besides, I don't want you to develop in that direction. No matter how good your wife's figure is, no matter how good she looks when she twists, you can't just wear a few pieces of fabric and dance in front of thousands of people. You haven't seen those dances on TV. Once you lift your leg, you'll be exposed. Although you can wear some clothes to prevent exposure, when it comes to my wife, I feel very strange. I don't agree. Yi Er let out a huff and deflated. Jiang Zhao's thinking was very old-fashioned. Really, he couldn't keep up with the trends at all. He was just like the old men in ancient times. He was very bad. How could dancing on the stage in front of thousands of people be considered as twists? Besides, what was he looking at? Was he looking to see if she was exposed? This guy's thinking was too unhealthy. Was it old-fashioned or fashionable? That was art. Did he know anything about art? It seemed like she didn't know much about art either. It was just like how Unwu said she couldn't appreciate his paintings. Yi Er could only take a step back. She didn't know when she would be able to enlighten this fossil. Then people say that dancing can train the body. Can you let me train my body? Sure. I agree with this. If you don't train well, you won't be able to feed me. Jiang Zhao's hand subconsciously went under Yi Er's close to her chest and pinched it. Hey. Yi Er was slightly annoyed, but she wasn't annoyed by Jiang Zhao's actions. She liked the feeling of being held in his arms. The two of them were lying on their sides facing each other. At this moment, Yi Er lifted one leg and placed it on Jiang Zhao's waist. Really? Yes, I agree. Really? His large hand trailed down her chest to her waist, gently and heavily rubbing it slowly. When you're discharged from the hospital, you can go anywhere you want to learn. Hubby, actually, I want to open my own dance studio. Is that okay? Yi Er felt that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. What exactly do you want? The man was more rational than Yi Er imagined. He tightened his grip, causing Yi Er to frown. You want to take a mile after taking an inch, don't you? Hubby, are you worried about the money? I've asked around. It doesn't cost much to open a dance studio. At most, I'll pay you back when I earn money in the future. Yi Er thought that it was already painful. If she didn't continue talking, it would be for nothing. What nonsense are you talking about? Do I look like I'm worried about money? Jiang Zhao's face turned green. The most infuriating thing was her last sentence. She would pay him back when she earned money in the future? He still wanted her to pay back the money he spent for her? What kind of husband and wife were they? Or did she want to draw a line between them and settle the matter? Thinking of this, Jiang Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Is that what you think of me? Yi Er was taken aback. She lowered her head. No. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's and filled with sadness. I just want to do something that I like. Before the Yun family fell, Dad said that he would send me overseas to study. Even if I couldn't develop my career overseas, I could come back and open a dance studio. I've been thinking about it. I feel like I've lost something if I don't open one. All right. I'll send someone to select a location with you and see if there's anything you need. Okay, you tell her. I'll get her to contact you later. Yi Er looked up. She was stunned. Huh? What? You don't want to open one? Yes. Yi Er nodded her head like a chick pecking at rice. Jiang Zhao took off the hat on Yi Er's head and tidied her messy hair. But I have to make it clear to you. You can open a dance studio, but you can't accept gifts from others. This is a big taboo. I'm sure there will be a lot of people who want to use their connections to give you gifts. It was fine when you stayed at home in the past, but now that you're running a business, there will be people who want to take advantage of you. Remember, you can't accept anything other than the money you're supposed to receive. Yi Er nodded her head again. Jiang Zhao didn't know whether Yi Er understood or not. Just remember it. When the time comes, there will be a lot of rich ladies coming to buy cards when they know that you have opened a dance studio. There are a lot of things you must know well. Your husband doesn't need to accept bribes. Yi Er nodded even more fiercely this time. Honey, I understand. I understand. I won't cause any trouble for you. I promise. Jiang Zhao was glad that they could talk about such topics that would lower the temperature. After saying that, he quickly got up and walked to the dressing mirror to fix his appearance. He didn't want to waste any more time with Yi Er and left. Yi Er didn't expect Jiang Zhao to agree to her request so readily. Could it be that he liked to goad people into doing things? That didn't seem to be the case. That's right. Jiang Zhao was actually quite kind. Perhaps it was because of his compassion. She smiled, sat up, and swung her legs. As she was swinging her legs, the door opened. Qingsu walked in. How are you, Sister Yi Er? Yi Er leaned towards the side. She turned her head and understood what Qingsu meant. She ran her fingers through her hair and tucked it behind her ear. Lulu, come and sit. I'm fine. You look fine. Qingsu walked between the two beds. Let me ask you something. Go ahead. Is Min Hongxing and Jiang Zhao at odds because of your relationship with that wastrel, Min Zikai? Qingsu originally didn't want to ask, but when she heard the commotion over here, she simply wanted to come over and ask about Yi Er's situation today. But when she saw Yi Er's excited expression, her guess went very smoothly. But for some reason, she remembered that Min Hongxing had said this morning that he and Jiang Zhao weren't on the same page. Qingsu was still young and didn't understand many of the conflicts. She couldn't tell the difference between the factions at the back. But from Min Hongxing's words, She could roughly deduce that Min Hongxing and Jiang Zhao weren't on the same page and were enemies. But this didn't feel good. She couldn't tell what was wrong. Yi Er frowned and thought for a moment before saying, "Is it possible to say that it has nothing to do with me? Min Zikai's mother doesn't like me. Your father naturally doesn't like me either. If I'm with Jiang Zhao, would he like Jiang Zhao?" Qing Su sat down on the bed opposite Yi Er. It was rare for her to act like an adult and think deeply. She waved her hand and shook her head. "But Sister Yi Er isn't like that. I just think that Jiang Zhao doesn't like Min Hongxing. I think he's all right. He doesn't seem to be doing anything that displeases the eye." Qing Su stood up. She didn't know if coming here today was the right thing to do. She felt that it was unnecessary. She was conflicted, but she didn't know why she was conflicted. Beauty novel Songshu 566. Chapter 606. Jiang Liqing paced back and forth in his office. He wasn't bragging. If he wanted to investigate something, as long as he had a clue, there was nothing he couldn't find out. Once he found out about the news, it turned out that the editor had a crush on Ouyang Yan and wanted to ruin Ouyang Yan's reputation. It was on purpose. What the F***K was this? If she had a crush on Ouyang Yan, then so be it. Why did she have to drag his son into it? This reporter must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. Jiang Liqing thought about it carefully. Even if the reporter had a crush on Ouyang Yan, followed him, and slandered him, why did she have to drag Jiang Zhao into it? One had to know that with Jiang Zhao's status, it wouldn't be good for the reporter to drag him into it. Why couldn't they just fabricate a story about him? Or could it be that Jiang Zhao's story was on the front page? Was there exposure? It was too abnormal. He didn't intend to tell Jiang Zhao about this immediately. He still had to investigate further. Based on his intuition, it couldn't be that simple. The Jiang, Qin, and Shi families were originally on good terms with their ancestors. But when it came to their grandchildren, their relationship became delicate. Outsiders didn't know about the conflict between Jiang Zhao and Shi Yunwu. Jiang Zhao couldn't say it either. After all, his wife's nude body had been drawn. He couldn't tell anyone about it. Besides, the elders in the family were on good terms with each other. Naturally, they would want their grandchildren to be on good terms with each other. He didn't want to ruin it. But he couldn't protect it either. There was no way to protect it. This kind of friendly relationship could only end in his generation. Who could stand his friend coveting his wife every day? What Shi Yunwu did was definitely not something a friend would do. So he didn't need to treat Shi Yunwu as a friend. So when the news came out and Jiang Liqing started investigating, Jiang Zhao instinctively suspected Yunwu. It was understandable. When he returned to the office, he sent Lu Qing away. After closing the office door, Jiang Zhao took out an ordinary cell phone from his briefcase and dialed a number. After the call connected, he said calmly, "Yang Fan, let Gu Qin handle the company's matters first. These 2 days, focus on investigating this morning's news. It's best if you can find the person behind it." Yang Fan chuckled and replied casually, "Okay." Jiang laughed coldly. "Of course it's best if you can't find the person behind the scenes. Forget about the bonuses and annual leave." "That's right. I think the bonuses are too high and the annual leave is too long. It has cultivated the lazy nature of our subordinates." Check. "Boss, check right away." Jiang Zhao smiled. "How's the thing I asked you and Gu Qin to do?" Yang Fan said, "Boss, it hasn't been done yet, so I haven't reported it to you. Min Zikai is a little greedy. Originally, we lured him into taking the bait and shipped a large batch of tiles to Canada as you said. Then something happened in the middle, and he asked for a lot of compensation. Min Zikai is probably used to living like a prince. He has never taken on a big contract. Now that he wants to take over the Min Group as soon as possible, he wants to take a big bite out of it. It's good that he can take on our business." Jiang Zhao wasn't in a hurry. His tall body was nestled in the office chair, arrogant and serious. He tiptoed and the chair turned. When it turned to face the window, his shiny leather shoes stopped and the chair stopped turning. Jiang Zhao held the ordinary cell phone in one hand and put the other on the desk, tapping gently. He waited for Yang Fan to continue. Yang Fan sighed. This deal was originally going to be done, but last time, it was messed up by a little girl. Later on, I checked and found out that it was his sister, Lu Qingsu. Jiang Zhao frowned. If this was going to happen, it would have happened before sister-in-law's accident. At that time, we were at the nightclub with some prostitutes. Min Zikai's sister followed him to the nightclub and said that she wanted to tell Sister Duo about him looking for prostitutes. We didn't hear her clearly, but Min Zikai's face darkened and he wanted to leave. When we asked him about the business, the little girl said confidently that Min Zikai couldn't make the decision for the Min family. If he wanted to talk about big business, he would have to talk to Min Hongsheng. She dragged Min Zikai away. I really don't understand. Logically speaking, it should have been fine after that. But after that day, when we talked about the freight, Min Zikai said that we shouldn't talk about this anymore. Jiang Zhao smacked his lips and changed his tone. Are you talking about a little girl who looks like she's 16 or 17 years old? That didn't make sense. How could Lu Qingsu help Min Zikai? And even if she wanted to help, how could Qingsu know that someone had set a trap for Min Zikai? This was too bizarre. Yeah, she's just a 16 or 17-year-old girl. She's very fierce. After talking about that big sister duo, Min Zikai will be obedient to Gigai. Jiang Zhao could already tell that it wasn't some big sister duo. It should be big sister Yi-Er, right? Min Zikai actually cared so much about Yi-Er's opinion? Let's not talk about those who haven't made any progress. What about now? Haha. I told him that I have a friend from the border of Yunnan and Burma, who specializes in the jade business. He has a batch of jade that is going to be shipped to Europe. If he takes this business, he can make a lot of money. Moreover, he can do it privately. If the cooperation is good, my friend will ship a batch of jade every season. It will save him a lot of trouble and make money, Yang Fan said. Not bad. The price of the jade is scary. Jiang Zhao was expressionless when he said this. He didn't want Qingsu to jump out and ruin things. Haha. We don't know if it will work. She wants to open a dance studio, so it's best to get Gu Qin to check out all the information. Since she wants to open a dance studio, she should do it well. She has to do a market research, and the surrounding neighborhoods should be equipped with it. She has to do a thorough investigation of the surrounding housing prices and spending power. It's best to set the price properly and guide her to do it. I'm worried that she doesn't know how to run a business, and if she doesn't do it well, her confidence will take a hit. Her confidence will be affected. He asked her to do things because he wanted her to do them happily. He would be annoyed if she pouted the moment she returned home. Don't worry, boss. We'll do a good job with sister-in-law, Yang Fan promised. Okay. You promise so well. If she can't make money, I'll make trouble for you. Yang Fan finally laughed awkwardly. After talking for a while, Jiang Zhao hung up the phone and put it away. His handsome eyebrows were like ink, but not like a big knife. When he was serious, he was ruthless and fierce. When he was gentle, he was elegant. At this moment, his eyebrows were tightly knitted, making people want to reach out and gently smooth them. The road along the river in Haicheng led to the shallow beach. The scenery along the way was pleasant. The river was wide and spacious. It was especially tranquil in the morning and evening when there was no fishing season. In winter, the river was always foggy, and the mountains in the distance were like a barrier. It was like an otherworldly paradise. The man was tall and strong, with bronze skin on his cheeks. His woolen hat was very big, and it wrapped around his head, making his head look very good. The liver yellow leather jacket he was wearing looked a little old, but it also had a sense of being tempered by the passage of time. Standing on the road beside the river, he didn't admire the scenery. Instead, he looked at the road. He took a deep puff of the cigarette in his hand and threw it on the ground. He stepped on it and put it out. This area was the last place where Qingsu's car crashed into Yi-Er's car. The man's gaze fell. At that time, there were a lot of messy tire scratches. But now, the ground was neat and tidy. The tire scratches from before were long gone. In this world, everything could be worn down, including life. But things like memories were hard to erase. They could be bred, such as feelings and hatred. The man's phone rang. His gaze was cold, but it inevitably made people feel dangerous. He was like an extremely cold-blooded hunter. Occasionally, when he heard the name of the person on the phone, his eyes narrowed and a murderous aura burst out. Don't worry, I'll finish the business he didn't finish. I know. Of course, this is the rule in the industry. But I'll give you another business for free. Haha. How about that girl with the surname Lu? She's not interested. I'll give it to her as a favor. Gusts of cold wind blew by the riverside. The wind was mixed with layers of water vapor. After a while, the man's black woolen hat was stained with water vapor. After he finished the call, the water vapor condensed into a thin layer of water droplets. His cold-blooded eyes narrowed slightly. The water vapor by the riverside instantly condensed into frost. The surrounding air seemed to have dropped by a few degrees. His voice was calm, but there was hatred in it. Brother, I won't let you die in vain. I'll help you finish the business you didn't finish. When Unwoo rushed to the auditorium of the College of Communication in the university town, the press conference had already ended. Many people were replaying the video recorded on their phones. Unwoo easily obtained the video with his quiet and elegant face. The sparse crowd told Unwoo that he had been here for a long time. He stood under the locust tree with his hands in his pockets. When he got out of the car, he wrapped a scarf around himself. When he raised his head, the sun shone on his face. There was no warmth, but he could feel the sharpness of the wind. It cut his skin, causing waves of pain. When she woke up, he asked her for meat. The next day, she played with him. Suddenly, there was no hope again. Did she have to depend on Jiang Zhao to survive? It was already noon. Jiang Zhao took advantage of the lunch break to have lunch with Yi Er at the hospital. When he heard her phone ring, he stood up to get it for her. The words Unwoo appeared on the screen. His face darkened. After the argument in the morning, she insisted that he was jealous of Shi Unwoo. He didn't want to admit it. Answer it. Use the speakerphone. It was a simple sentence, but because he deliberately avoided looking at it, it had an inexplicable sense of dominance and dominance. It was clearly an order. Yi Er was still holding the spoon in one hand. She took the phone and placed it on the table. Her index finger touched the screen. She slid it open and pressed the speakerphone. Unwoo. Jiang Zhao's face darkened again when he heard her soft greeting, but he deliberately kept quiet. He didn't believe that if he was unhappy, he would be caught red-handed by her. Jealousy was meaningless. Instead, it made her more arrogant. Unwoo sighed and slowly let out a long breath. His voice was still the same, like the tinkling of spring water. However, it was autumn now, so it wasn't as cheerful as spring. The tinkling sound was slow and weak. Hey Yi Er. Welfare Xinwu 799. Chapter 607. Yi Er tightened her grip on the spoon. She and Unwoo had known each other for a long time, and she had admired him for a long time. Unwoo was a dream that she yearned for. Sometimes, when she thought about it, she felt like Unwoo was a dream in her heart, a dream that was like a fairyland. She thought that if there was a day when she could live as carefree as Unwoo, how great would that be? It didn't matter if she was a little poor. She liked to paint. Even if the wind blew, the rain fell, the sun shone, and the wind blew, she wouldn't stop. Unwoo was a beautiful dream for her. This dream was pure and flawless, clean and pure, untainted by the mortal world. At this moment, his voice seemed to be inexplicably stained with dust, revealing a faint hint of sadness. Jiang Zhao tilted his head, and Yi Er's emotions instantly leaked out. Everything fell into his eyes. It was hard to understand a person's state of mind, but Yi Er's treatment of Unwoo had always been different, and this had always made him feel ill at ease. At this moment, her absent-minded look and the way she suddenly gripped the spoon handle made his anger slowly spread. He thought that there was no emotion in this world that he couldn't control. At this moment, he didn't believe that he couldn't control himself. Yi Er, did you get together with Jiang Zhao because of what happened with Uncle Yin? I'll help you, okay? Don't make yourself suffer like this. No one could stand her husband having a mistress outside, right? The news had already been reported like this, yet she could still say that? For a moment of stability? When Yi Er heard this, his expression changed drastically. He swallowed hard as if something was stuck in his throat. Was Unwoo crazy? If Jiang Zhao could tolerate it just now, it could be said that he cared about his reputation. Now that he couldn't tolerate it, it could also be said that he cared about his reputation. Facing the phone, he forcefully suppressed his agitated emotions and said calmly, "Shi Unwoo, just take care of yourself. Seducing a married woman isn't something that a child like you should learn." With that, he hung up the phone. He didn't have the leisure to argue with this lovesick brat. The key was that Yi Er was here, so he couldn't lose his composure in front of Yi Er. She was getting better at controlling him. When she said that he was jealous, she was already provoking him. He couldn't give her another chance. Jiang Zhao continued to eat despite his internal injuries. When Yi Er saw Jiang Zhao's reaction, she didn't know whether to feel relieved or disappointed. She was relieved that he didn't bite her like last time, but disappointed that he didn't bite her. Unwoo said those words. Jiang didn't bite her. Unwoo had said that. He didn't even when he said it. Was she asking for it? Yi Er buried her head and continued eating. Jiang Zhao also didn't say anything. When they were done eating, Jiang Zhao's mouth twitched. He wiped his mouth elegantly and said, "Yin Er, I'll say it again. You have to be mindful of your status. No matter who or what you did to get close to me and plan to marry me, you have to remember that you are now Mrs. Jiang. You are not an unmarried woman. You have to know who you should reject and who you should stay away from. Don't make me remind you every time. Otherwise, when you are involved in scandals, I will be implicated. You should know that if I am no longer the mayor, your father's matter will not be settled. You better hope that I can stay as the mayor for a longer period of time, right?" Yi Er nodded and said, "I will take note of that." Looking at Yi Er's despondent look, Jiang Zhao became even more impatient. However, he no longer warned himself not to get angry, or else he would look bad. "Also, I've arranged for someone to help you look for the address of the dance studio. If you want to do a good job, you should put in some effort. Whether you can do a good job or not is one thing, but what kind of attitude you should have when doing things is another thing. Don't do your job in such a dejected manner. Get rid of all the teenage girl dreams in your heart, and focus on your career. If you're in a hurry, the results won't be too bad." Yi Er raised her head and looked at Jiang Zhao. Did he just ask her to get rid of all her dreams of being a teenage girl? Focus on her career? Although her heart was aching, she had to admit that Jiang Zhao's way of talking was very effective on her. He did not put too much pressure on her, but he also set a rule for her. He found someone to help her. If her attitude was positive, it would naturally be twice the result with half the effort. But his last sentence was that it would not be bad. He did not say anything heroic. It was not exaggerated, and it was not hopeless. Because his request was so simple, it would be fine as long as it was not bad. Thinking of this, Yi Er's heart relaxed. "Okay, I will do my best. You can't fall behind in school. You haven't been to school for so long. Liberal arts are easy, but science is rusty. In the future, don't think about going out at night when you come home. I will tutor you." Jiang Zhao felt that if he tried to interfere in other things, it would seem like he cared too much about her. But he could directly lock up all her time without her knowing. In the future, she could not go anywhere except home, school, and dance studio. He would not force her not to go, but he would not give her the time to go. Yi Er laughed dryly. "No need. I can handle it. Besides, when did she go out to play? She was already very restrained. You want me to ask for help if I don't do well? How is that possible? Then take it that I was worried for nothing. Okay. If you are home at night, you can tutor me." She did not want to run around when he was home. "Okay. I will go to the building after my afternoon nap." Jiang Zhao raised his eyebrows slightly. After Jiang Zhao left in the afternoon, Yi Er thought about it. She was going to be a boss, so she had to tell her friends about this joyous news. The main reason was that she was so excited that she could not help but want to shout. Also, since Jiang Zhao dared to let her open it, he was naturally not afraid of being talked about, right? After thinking about it for a long time, She thought that she should share it with Xiaoye, Xiaqian, and Zheng Ling. In fact, Ye was too concerned about Jiang Zhao's future. In addition, she was still too young. That was why she was thinking about these problems. With Jiang Zhao's family background, even if his wife opened a 5-star hotel, he wouldn't be afraid of people investigating. He could just do some procedures and get Qin Zhen, Qin Rongfang, and the others to give shares or assets to him. It would have been better if Yi Er did not make this call. The first person to make the call was actually Xiaoye. When Xiaoye found out that Yi Er was going to open a dance studio, she praised her. Yi Er, if you ask me, I think you did a smart job. What do you mean? In the past, when I asked you to come to my place to be a model, you refused to earn the money. When I thought about how Jiang Zhao did not agree, there was nothing you could do. But now that you have thought it through, I am happy for you. Thank you, Sister Xiaoye. I am quite happy. It's just that I don't have much experience in business. It's just a hobby. Don't talk about hobbies. We need to think about how to earn more money. Men are unreliable. If you can earn money, that is better than anything else. Yi Er laughed along. Sister Xiaoye's words always make sense. Of course, when your husband has a mistress, you will know that with money, there is nothing to be afraid of. Even if he has 10 mistresses, it has nothing to do with you. F***ck. Qiu Xiaoye. Damn you. Yi Er could not help but scold Xiaoye. She was too anxious. Because she was young, she had always been polite in front of Xiaoye. However, this woman often jinxed things. What she minded the most was that Jiang Zhao had a mistress outside, divorce, and so on. This woman just had to mention it all the time. Oh, mayor's wife, it's not nice to hear these words. Xiaoye pretended to be angry, and then laughed like a bell in the wind. Qiu Xiaoye, don't get married if you dare. Fine. I will not get married. Xiaoye sat on the desk with her legs hooked together, swaying back and forth. She tilted her head and held her phone while playing with her fingers. What's so good about marriage? All you need to do is to take care of yourself. Why do you still have to care about your husband after getting married? Aren't you looking for trouble? When you give birth, your body will be out of shape. When you have to take care of your family, your mother-in-law will find trouble with you. You still have to learn to tolerate. Anyway, it's fine if you marry well. But if you don't marry well, you are just looking for trouble. Also, men are all ingrates. After you serve him well, he will turn around and sneak out to take advantage of you. Fine. Stop talking. My good mood is ruined because of you. Yi Er felt that Xiaoye had always been like this. What she said sounded like a joke, but when she said it out loud, it was so painful. But she could not say that she was wrong. After all, she had been through a lot. But she was not as open-minded as her. You can open one in the south. Don't be picky about the location. The building opposite us has 2 floors. It used to be a high-end women's clothing store. But I squeezed it out. The height of each floor is not bad, and there are not many partitions. It is spacious, and you don't need to spend too much effort to tear it down. Xiaoye's tone was very arrogant, especially when she mentioned the high-end women's clothing store opposite her was squeezed out by her. South. No, she did not ask Xiaoye where she wanted to open the store. Yes, the rich district in the south. There are many second and third generation rich people in the rich district. There are also many rich women. In short, there is only one word. Rich. What does rich represent? It represents spending power. It represents spending power that does not even blink an eye. When Xiaoye straightened her head, she held her phone in her right hand. Her left hand reached for her glass of water on the table, and took a big gulp. In an air-conditioned room, she had to drink a lot of water every day. I also signed up for an Indian dance class. But I feel that many people who learn dance are similar to me. When they are bored, they will train their bodies or lose weight. If you are a professional teacher who teaches children how to dance, it will be too simple. And in that case, you will have to hire a very famous dance teacher to be famous. Only then will you be able to afford the price. In this way, your costs will be higher. No matter how rich your husband is, he can't throw his money into the water for fun, right? Yi Er did not know how to do business. If she did, she would not have closed down her father's company. She had not really started to implement it, But when she heard Xiaoya say these things, she became more interested. There are so many ways to do it. Of course, businesses are all interconnected. Ordinary dancing and fitness places are not expensive. You can't do business with ordinary people. You have to do business with rich people. Rich people are very calculative and can be ignored. Many rich people do not care about how much money they spend. What they care about is that the money is spent. They want to feel comfortable, and they want to feel comfortable from the bottom of their hearts. So you have to do service. Also, there is an advantage to opening opposite me. My clients are all rich people. When you first open, I can help you get some VIP experience cards. At the very least, you will have a stable source of customers in the beginning. Yi Er was stunned again. She did not want to do business with rich madams all of a sudden. Why did it seem like this direction was out of her control? If she was doing this for money, was there any meaning? Just as she thought this, Xiaoya's voice came again with a hint of surprise. Yin Yi, don't tell me that you're not doing this for money, but for your hobby? Yi Er softly grunted like a mosquito. She felt that Xiaoya definitely could not hear her. Actually, she did not have any confidence at all. She actually liked money too. Yin Yi, are you having a fever? A hobby? Do you know how many artists are out there trying to make money? Don't think that you're not doing it for money just because you're on stage. Let me tell you, it's still the same. Why don't you close the door, install a mirror at home, and dance for yourself? Let yourself be intoxicated. What? I just want to be acknowledged by others. Yi Er felt that she was actually quite vain. When she was young, she wanted to be a dancer who was the center of attention. Xiaoya nonchalantly grunted. Don't be so pretentious. When your dance studio becomes famous and some TV station wants to do a competition program, get your Jiang Zhao to casually contact someone, and get someone from your studio to be a backup dancer. When the curtain call comes, just sign your name and show your face. Once you have the title of a mentor, once your name is out, it will be easy for you to get into some association. In a few years, when you're slightly older, you can find an opportunity to ask your husband to contact someone to let you be a judge. Then you will become popular. When you're famous and rich, people will recognize you. Yi Er was speechless for a long time. Haha, are you talking about your own struggles? Xiaoya chuckled. That's right. That's how my man helped me become famous. However, he spent more money, so I became famous faster. Whether or not you can get the recognition of others depends on how much money your husband is willing to pay for you. Her man. Xiaoya was speechless for a moment. She couldn't help but regret replacing Zhuang Yichen's name with my man. After saying this, she pouted and didn't want to say anything else. My husband isn't as rich as your man. How much does he earn a month? How can he compare with your man? Yin Yi, go to hell. Don't cry poor in front of me. How can your husband not have money to live in 9th mansion? Why are you pretending in front of me? Haha, I'm really not pretending. But I have to discuss with Jiang Zhao tonight about what you said. What's there to discuss? If you want the shop opposite mine, I can help you contact him. The location is so good. Don't miss this opportunity. Okay. I'll contact you tonight. Yi Er had just hung up when the door to the ward was pushed open. Yi Er turned around and was shocked to see the man standing at the door. Sir, who are you looking for? Sorry, I came to the wrong room. After the man closed the door, he took out his phone and compared the information and photos in the photo album. He snorted softly. Yin Yi. He stopped outside Qing Su's door and looked at the door number. His cold eyes narrowed slightly. Lu Qing Su. Come and take a look. Hongcha 866. Chapter 608. As usual, the man knocked twice, just like how he pushed open Yi Er's door. He pushed the door open and entered. Qing Su was a wild child. Even after entering a wealthy family, she did not deliberately restrict her behavior. When she was young, she lived with her mother and slept with her every day. It was fine even if she took off her clothes in front of her mother. She never felt any pressure. After returning to family Min, She was not used to it. She always went back to her own room to change clothes. After all, there was a man at home. She was also not used to staying in a hotel or a private room. She had to go to the bathroom to change clothes. She treated this ward as a private space. There was nothing wrong with changing clothes in her own room. Moreover, the attending doctor would only come for his rounds at 4 p.m. The nurses were all women. There were no men even among the cleaners. For a moment, she forgot to lock the door. The young woman's body was still young and developing. It was full and lively. When she heard someone knocking on the door, she quickly covered her bare chest and was about to say, "Wait a minute." But at this moment, the door was pushed open. She thought that it did not matter since they were all women. She was just a little embarrassed. However, when she turned around and saw a tall man standing at the door, Qingsu's expression changed drastically. The next second she screamed, "Sister Yi, save me. There's a pervert." The man did not even have time to say, "Wrong room." He was shocked by Qingsu's naked body. She was standing in front of the full-length mirror. She was wearing an orange underwear that covered her chest. Although she was still a child, the curve of her back and waist was extremely attractive. He did not expect to see a naked woman when he came in instead of a patient. Light cotton had been operated on her rib cage and sutured. Although there were no stitches on the inside, it was still a little uneven. He did not dare to breathe too hard. When he screamed, his lungs hurt, and the sound of his screams sounded particularly painful. It was not that she wanted to panic in the face of danger. This was much more annoying than a car accident. She had never been seen by a man before. Yi heard Qingsu scream that there was a pervert. She threw away the phone in her hand and grabbed the glass vase with the lilies in it. She opened the door and rushed over. The man's back happened to be at the door. She looked at his clothes and saw his liver-yellow leather jacket. Wasn't he the one who entered her room by mistake? He actually entered Qingsu's room? Great. He was actually a pervert. This was a private hospital. Was she afraid? The man could only blame Qingsu for clutching her chest and squeezing her breasts as if they were about to burst out, causing him to lose focus for a moment. When he realized that Qingsu was shouting "pervert," he realized the danger he was in and wanted to go in and cover her mouth. Who would have thought that an oriole would appear behind him? And it was the oriole that was holding a large vase filled with flowers and water. Yi held the vase and spilled some of the water. The room next door was just a few steps away. The man's reaction was also fast. The smell of lilies, the sound of other people's footsteps, the sense of smell, hearing, and vision were all trained in their line of work. He could quickly sense the danger around him and prepared to turn and leave first, but Yi's vase had already been raised behind his head. He raised his hand to block and pushed the woman away. Unexpectedly, Yi did not smash the vase. Instead, she kicked the man's crotch. The man realized that Yi was going to kick his important part. He immediately prepared to catch Yi's kick. Yi had practiced dancing before, so her body was very agile. Sometimes, the stage reaction was very good in a battle of wits and courage. She quickly retracted her foot and moved her body to the side. The vase still did not shake. At this time, she smashed the vase with force. Bang! The glass vase was too thick and did not break. The water from the lilies turned into perfume and splashed all over the man's body. Blood flowed all over his head. Qingsu, who was sitting inside, had taken off all her clothes. When she saw Yi coming, she did not care about the pain in her chest. She quickly grabbed a shirt and put it on. After Yi went through the experience of chasing after robbers barefoot and being kidnapped by them, she realized that her brain was getting better and better. At the very least, she was smarter than before when it came to using her skills and reactions. She knew how to create a diversion. The man's gaze began to change from cold-blooded to fierce. Just as he was about to raise his leg to kick Yi, Qingsu, who was behind him, grabbed the high-end gaming computer that she had just thrown on the bed. She picked it up and was about to smash it at the back of the man's head. However, the man's profession was not a prostitute. He heard the sound behind him clearly. How could he not be on guard? How could he not be able to control two women? He turned around and strode over, wanting to grab Qingsu. Women were easy to control. But two women who had gone through trials and tribulations together were not so easy to control. Yi Er felt that if she let the man hurt Qing Su at this time, she would be too cowardly as the older sister. Moreover, her life was saved by Qing Su. If she became a coward now, she would be ungrateful. The bathroom door was open. Yi Er happened to be standing at the door. Qing Su must have just taken a shower. Her dirty clothes were still piled on the sink. Other than the thin cotton hospital gown, there was only her underwear. The man had already grabbed Qing Su's neck. Yi Er panicked and could not find a weapon. She pressed the emergency call button that could be seen everywhere in the room. She quickly grabbed one of the underwear that Qing Su had worn and pulled it open. She was tall, so her hand reached over the man's head. At this time, the man only cared about the petite Qing Su. He thought that Yi Er wanted to make a move on him. Since he had been discovered, he might as well kill one of them first. However, he did not expect that he would put on another hat. Although Yi Er's hand was grabbed by the man before she put on the underwear, she did not panic at all. She mocked. If you put a woman's underwear on your head, you'll be unlucky for the rest of your life. Unlucky to death. Haha. You'll lose every bet you make. You'll crash every time you see a car. You'll lose everything you encounter. You'll fall sick whenever you get sick. Yi Er grumbled as she watched the man choking Qing Su's neck with one hand and grabbing her wrist with the other. Yi Er wanted to hit him, but he quickly grabbed her hand to catch her other hand. In the end, both of her wrists were caught by him. Yi Er wanted to hit him, but he reacted quickly and grabbed her hand to catch her other hand. Yi Er realized that the strength of her hand had increased again. Could it be that she was angered? He was still very focused. She could not take advantage of him at all. If she moved, he would turn around and twist her joints. Qing Su gritted her teeth. Her throat was so tight that she could not speak. However, she did not forget to squeeze out some words with difficulty. Sister Yi Er, how could you do this? There must be dandruff on his head. He's wearing a hat. He must not have washed his hair for many days. It must be stinky. That's my favorite pair of underwear. There's a pig's tail on the butt. Sister Yi Er, I hate you. Go and buy the same pair, and return them to me. Yi Er was frustrated for a moment. Surnamed Liu, sister will buy a car full of underwear for you. F***ck. The man was furious. It really was an underwear. His fiery eyes glared at Yi Er, as if he wanted to eat her up. Damned woman. You're courting death. He had already grabbed Yi Er's arm, but he immediately reached out to pull the underwear on his head. Yi Er took the chance. She loosened her grip and scattered her energy. She lifted her leg and kicked the man's groin. Go to hell. Let's see who's courting death. Yi Er watched as the man covered his crotch with both hands. He let go of Qing Su and quickly moved to Qing Su's side to support her. Then she took 2 steps back. This move was actually very difficult to succeed. In the past, she had tried to use her elbow to hit Jiang Zhao's groin, but she had not succeeded. This was because men were most protective of that area. Just now she had hit her head, but his groin was not easy to attack. But now, a woman's underwear had messed up the man's mind. The man was kicked so hard that he broke out in a cold sweat from the pain. He used his hands to protect the treasury that contained his descendants, and his whole body bent down. Yi Er gritted her teeth and used all her strength. This guy was probably going to be impotent in the future. Yi Er was anxious. Why were the nurses and doctors not here yet? Although there were only 6 rooms on this floor, there was an office for nurses on duty on each floor. Usually, when the bell rang, they would arrive within half a minute. But now, there was not even a nurse. It was too strange. Even when she and Qing Su had kicked the pervert to the ground, the nurses did not appear. Qing Su felt a terrible pain in her chest. Yi Er knelt on the ground and held Qing Su's body, who had fallen to the ground from the pain. She shouted, "Nurse! Nurse!" Only then did the man realize that he had underestimated the enemy. He had only wanted to confirm if the 2B** cheese were here. It would be more convenient for him to take action. There was a cold and hard gun strapped to his waist. He should have taken it out and killed these 2 damned women. Who would have thought that these 2 little girls, who looked so delicate and tender, would be so unconventional when they started shouting. The pain in his crotch was unbearable. Just as he was about to take out the gun, he heard a ding from the elevator in the distance. Enduring the pain, he stood up straight and ran out of the door. Yi did not have time to care about anything else. Ching Su was in so much pain that her face was pale. The nurse was still not here, and he did not dare to leave Ching Su. Yi could only watch as the man who had caused Ching Su to fall ill ran away. She held Ching Su and shouted anxiously, Someone come. Jiang Liqing wanted to come early to talk to Yi about the mission his father-in-law had assigned him. If he waited until Jiang Zhao got off work, wouldn't it be troublesome? At that time, he would have to consider his son's feelings and his daughter-in-law's feelings at the same time. As an elder, he would become a sandwiched biscuit. However, as soon as he stepped out of the elevator, he heard Yi sobbing scream. Although he was old, his steps were steady and vigorous. Yi voice clearly did not come from his own ward. When Jiang Liqing stood at the door of Ching Su's ward, he was instantly dumbfounded. There were bloodstains on the ground, and the water stains had formed a large, frightening puddle. There was a large pile of damaged flowers, and it was frightening to look at. Dad, call the doctor. Call the doctor. Ching Su was in pain, but she did not scream. Her face was pale as she endured the pain. She was sweating profusely, and her teeth were chattering. She squeezed out the words from between her teeth and said, I am fine. I'll be fine after lying down for a while. As soon as Jiang Liqing entered the room, he pressed the call button at the door. Yi shook his head and said anxiously, Dad, it's no use. I pressed the button just now. Come here. No one has come for a long time. The murderer has run away, and no one has come. After Yi finished speaking, he did not dare to help Ching Su rub her chest and ribs. He was afraid that he would touch something he should not touch. Jiang Liqing shouted angrily, Wait, I'll be right back. This was simply lawless. What did Yi say just now? Murderer? These two girls met the murderer again? This was a private hospital. The security was top-notch. Ad. Hongcha 866. Chapter 609. However, when Jiang Liqing arrived at the nurses' on-call room, he immediately understood what had happened. The nurses and workers were all sleeping like pigs. It was obvious that they had been drugged. He called the hospital director. When the call connected, he raised his voice and shouted, What the hell? Tell me, what kind of *T private hospital is this? Hurry up and transfer the doctors and nurses here. Also, get me the surveillance footage from that day. Don't talk about *******. I don't understand. If you continue to use those things to brush me off, I'll get someone to close down your hospital just because of what happened just now. The hospital director was almost 60 years old. At first, he was a little disgusted by Jiang Liqing's attitude of using his power to oppress others. However, when he heard the latter part, he felt that something was wrong. What happened just now? What happened just now? Weren't there doctors and nurses in the inpatient building? There were nurses on every floor. Even if he wanted to call the attending doctor, he didn't have to call the hospital director. He could just call the nurses directly. What on earth happened? When Ching Su was sent to the emergency room for a checkup, Yi told Jiang Liqing what had happened in the afternoon. The old hospital director was also standing to the side. When Jiang Liqing heard what Yi said, he turned to glare at the old hospital director. After Yi finished speaking, Jiang Liqing looked at the old hospital director and started his argument. What did I say? I said that your hospital isn't safe, right? Do you want me to spread the news for you? You can see which is more important, your privacy or your safety. Both are important. The old hospital director sighed. But safety is the most important thing right now. Yin Hongwei didn't know that something had happened to Yi When he brought Si Jie to the hospital to see Yi the door happened to be open. A few people were standing at the door and saw Jiang Zhao talking sternly. I don't care. I don't want the surveillance footage on this floor. I want the footage of all the possible places that the suspect might have passed through. This private hospital did not have an ordinary background. To be able to open such a high-end hospital, the people who lived in this hospital were naturally very capable. Moreover, the people who lived in this hospital were either rich or respectable. Some people even kept their illnesses a secret from the outside world. Once the secret of others was leaked, it would be no small matter. Yin Hongwei pulled Si Jie over to Yi Er. Jiang Liqing was also standing there, his face ashen. After greeting his in-laws, he asked, "What's going on?" "This is not a small matter. Jiang Zhao is worried that the people who are planning to commit murder today are related to the people that Yi Er kidnapped last time." Yin Hongwei's heart skipped a beat. "Yi Er, is someone trying to harm you again?" Si Jie was young but smart. He understood the meaning behind the adult's words. He hugged Yi Er's waist and asked anxiously, "Yin Yi, what did you do this time?" Yi Er placed her hand on Si Jie's back and shook her head to comfort him. "Sister is fine, she's fine. Don't worry." The hospital director sighed helplessly and said, "Jiang Zhao, it's not that I don't want to give it to you, but you have to consider our hospital's difficulties. Once news gets out that the hospital released the surveillance footage, how will the hospital receive other high-end patients in the future?" Jiang Zhao had lost all patience. If this was the deputy hospital director, who did not have any relationship with his family, he would have punched him. This guy was taking advantage of his seniority. He was putting on airs just because he was on good terms with his father and grandfather. Did he really think that he was afraid of him? He waved his hand and said, "All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Regarding the medical incident a few days ago, I was thinking that you were close to my father and grandfather. Moreover, since Yi Er has woken up, I didn't want to cause any more trouble. But there's no need for that anymore. I want to file a lawsuit for this medical incident. I can broadcast the entire process live. I don't care anymore. If you want to file a lawsuit, you have to hand over those tapes. If you insist on making things difficult for everyone, then just don't care about your reputation anymore." Jiang Liqing was stunned. Broadcast the entire process live? Wasn't this going a little too far? The hospital director was stunned. "Jiang Zhao, this matter. Let's not talk about this anymore. My wife was in shock today, so let her rest early. I don't want to argue about other matters. I will get someone to prepare the documents immediately. I took photos of those bags of medicine that day. No matter what, I will start by blaming the hospital for this medical incident. There will always be a way to get what I want." Moreover, Jiang Zhao suddenly paused. His handsome face suddenly darkened as he looked straight at the elderly hospital director. His impatient expression was replaced with scrutiny, coercion, and doubt. "I don't understand the hospital's actions. These 2 days, things have happened one after another. I can't do anything else. The day before yesterday, my wife woke up because she was given the wrong medicine. Even if you don't want to show me the surveillance footage, what about you? Don't you care about the responsibility of a nurse? What is that nurse doing? Where is she now? It's been 3 days since the incident happened, and you don't even have someone to apologize to me. Friendship is friendship, but there should be procedures, right? Or could it be that your internal staff has seen the surveillance footage, and there are some unspeakable secrets that you don't want us to know about?" Jiang Zhao's tone was extremely unpleasant. He didn't sound like he was talking to an elder who had a close relationship with his family. It was a habit for Jiang Liqing to be fierce with the hospital director. It was normal for them to be of the same generation. As they were very familiar with each other, Jiang Liqing and Qin Rongfang didn't take the apology to heart. The main reason was that Yi Er had profited from her misfortune. For the past 2 days, everyone's attention had been focused on whether she felt any discomfort after she woke up with the wrong medicine. When someone who had been in a coma for a long time suddenly woke up, it was always better to be happy than sad. Even if Jiang Zhao had asked someone to investigate, his current thoughts were basically on Yi Er's health. He didn't have the energy to care about other things. But after what happened this afternoon, he really couldn't let his guard down. We. The hospital director was so agitated by Jiang Zhao that she swallowed her saliva and rolled her eyes. The sound of high heels could be heard in the corridor. Every step she took was very pretentious. Before she reached Yi Er's ward, she straightened her back, tucked her hair behind her ear, lifted her chin, and walked towards Yi Er's room. When she saw that the door was open and there were a few people standing inside, including Yi Er, she smiled and held her bag like a rich lady. Yo, why are there so many people today? When he heard the sudden laughter, Jiang Zhao's expression darkened. He turned to look at the door and saw that the person was his mother-in-law. Mom, you're here. Jiang Liqing also greeted her. The in-laws are here. His tone was a little stiff. Jiang Liqing was a soldier and had a clear distinction between love and hate. Although Yi Er married Jiang Zhao because of her status, he more or less felt that she wasn't worthy of him. But since she had the husband's surname, then the Jiang family should treat her better. He more or less knew about Yun Hongwei's situation. Although he rejected him at first, Yun Hongwei was a man who started his business from scratch and had his own way of doing things. He treated people well and wasn't a narrow-minded person. When he interacted with people, he knew what to say. He knew that Yun Hongwei was a straightforward person, so he always listened more than he spoke. He appeared to be very cultured and his replies were concise and to the point, neither servile nor overbearing. He could be considered to have admired him. He really didn't have a good impression of Yi Er's biological mother. The number of times Yi Er was hospitalized after being injured was less than the number of times her in-laws came to visit her. She was gorgeously dressed all day long. Although she looked very young at 40 years old, her fingernails were painted as if they were dyed with blood. What was this? But in-laws were in-laws, so he still had to show them some superficial respect. Yi Er called out, "Mom." Si Jie threw himself into Zhou Li's arms. "Mom, you're finally willing to come. Did you miss sister?" In Si Jie's heart, he had always hoped that Zhou Li would come to visit Yi Er. He was very sensitive and would always catch the eye contact between the adults. Yun Hongwei curved his lips. "Xiao Li, you're here?" Zhou Li greeted everyone warmly. "You're all here today. Yi Er is also awake. Let's have a meal together." Yun Hongwei's expression stiffened. He really didn't know how Zhou Li could speak in such a manner. This was the first time she had seen Yi Er since he woke up. Shouldn't she ask some personal questions? He had always known that Zhou Li was very dissatisfied with Yi Er's birth and had never paid attention to it. He didn't expect her to be so cold. Jiang Zhao thought that this was a family matter. It was too inconvenient to talk with the dean here. He didn't want to say anything unhappy and make others laugh. So he sent the dean away first and told him some things that needed to be negotiated later. When he came back, Zhou Li was talking to Jiang Liqing casually. "Commander Jiang, why are you here? It's so good to be a commander. Jiang Zhao also benefited from you. As the mayor, he also got off work early." After saying that, she laughed a few times. She seemed very generous. Yun Hongwei breathed out some air through his nose, and then inhaled deeply. It was really not suitable for him to talk to Zhou Li here. He was very uncomfortable, and his heart was a little uncomfortable. Si Jie was still nestled in Zhou Li's arms. Yi Er saw clearly that his younger brother liked his mother very much. Jiang Zhao pretended not to see it. He came from behind Zhou Li and said softly, "Mom, please move aside." Zhou Li gently moved aside. Jiang Zhao was tall. When he walked past, he was expressionless. He was like a mountain. Zhou Li felt a burst of pressure. Zhou Li's words just now naturally drilled into Jiang Zhao's ears without missing a single word, making him feel uncomfortable all over as if he had been stabbed. If his father didn't come early today, would Yi Er still be standing here in one piece? If his father didn't tell him that Yi Er had an accident, would he go to the hospital before it was time to get off work? But now he didn't ask Yi Er a word and cared about other people. He held Yi Er's elbow and said, "The doctor said that you just woke up 2 days ago and hit your head yesterday. You need to rest more and don't cause trouble. Why didn't you listen?" These words seemed to be deliberately said to Zhou Li. Yi Er heard it and said, "No, I didn't cause trouble. If I didn't go today, Qingsu would be finished." Yes, yes, yes. You are righteous. You should go. Is that okay? I didn't say that you did anything wrong. It's just that the next time you encounter danger, don't you know to call me first before going? Jiang Zhao was blaming him, but his tone was very gentle. He forced Yi Er to sit on the bed. Yi Er sat down and looked at Jiang Zhao. He pursed his lips slightly and complained that Jiang Zhao was blaming him. I didn't think so much at that time. Qing Su was screaming for help. You were screaming for help too. Would I still have time to call you? I was so anxious at that time. In this room, even Si Jie could tell that Jiang Zhao didn't like Zhou. Zhou naturally felt it too. She quickly pulled Si Jie to Yi Er's side and asked, Yi Er, did you encounter danger today? Yi Er tilted his head and looked up at Zhou. He was a little touched and said, Yeah. A pervert barged into Qing Su's room next door. You know Qing Su, right? The girl that family men brought back a few years ago. Awesome novel Songshu 566. Chapter 610. Oh, that girl. She's rebellious and unruly. She's just a wild girl. No one likes her. Zhou said with a hint of contempt. Yi Er actually felt uncomfortable when she heard those words. She thought that if it were anyone else, even if they were her best friends, they would feel conflicted when their parents reprimanded them, let alone their savior. However, she still smiled and said, Mom, I used to be a wild girl too. That's right. I'm curious. Why were you so wild in the past? You didn't act like a lady from a wealthy family at all. It's all because your father spoiled you. Other daughters from wealthy families are very dignified. You didn't have the temperament and cultivation of a daughter from a wealthy family at that time. Now that you've been through some hardships, you're more sensible than before. Yi Er's body trembled violently. Jiang Liqing had obviously noticed that Jiang Zhao, who had already straightened his back and looked at Zhou, had a hint of anger in his eyes. This anger was naturally unavoidable. No matter how dissatisfied he was with his son, he still had to praise him in front of others. How could he criticize his daughter in front of her father-in-law like this? If her in-laws were not good, wouldn't it become her daughter's weakness? Afraid that the smell of gunpowder would grow stronger, and even more afraid that Jiang Zhao would suffer internal injuries from holding it in, Jiang Liqing mediated. He walked over and took Si Jie's hand. Along the way, he brought Si Jie to his side. Although he was old, his physique was still strong. In order to close the distance, he pulled over an open foldable chair by the bedside table and sat down. With a rare look of affection, he said, Si Jie, have you been happy at school recently? Not bad. I heard that sister's health is not good, so I'm just a little worried. Si Jie had a high EQ. In front of the elders of the Jiang and Qin families, he always knew how to act obedient. Si Jie is really a good child. Jiang Liqing patted Si Jie's shoulder. He did not treat him like a child and pat his head. Si Jie especially liked being treated like a man. His impression of Jiang Liqing improved. Of course, I'm so obedient. Does that mean I don't need to go to boarding school? When Zhou heard this, she walked over and squatted beside Si Jie. Darling, don't you want to go to boarding school? How about you and Mom? You and Mama won't let you go to boarding school, okay? When Yi Er heard this, he suddenly turned to look at Yun Hongwei. As expected, he saw his father's face turn pale. Yi Er jumped up and went to support Yun Hongwei, who was still in a daze. She mocked Zhou loudly. Mom, you can go now. Don't come again. Don't appear in our lives again, please. Go and live your life of luxury, okay? Jiang Zhao looked at Yi Er's agitated state. Without another word, he forcefully pulled Zhou, who was squatting on the floor, up. He didn't care if they were elders or juniors. He dragged and carried Zhou out of the room. When Jiang Liqing saw Yun Hongwei's reaction, he hurriedly pressed the button to call for help. This family was really worrisome. Not even for a single day. He couldn't help but complain in his heart. Jiang Zhao pulled Zhou to the corridor and said coldly, Mom, why are you still here? After questioning her, he sneered coldly. People say that people live for their faces, and trees live for their bark. You've been persistently provoking father-in-law and Yi Er time and time again. What's your motive? I suspect that you're not here to ask for custody. You're just afraid that father-in-law won't die from anger, and that Yi Er's heart won't be hurt enough, right? Zhou bit her lip and suddenly looked pitiful. When she looked at Jiang Zhao, her eyes were already watery. Jiang Zhao, please help me. I only want Si Jie. As long as Si Jie is with me, I promise. I promise you that I will do what Yi Er said and never appear in front of them again. Jiang Zhao found it extremely laughable. Who do you think the them that Yi Er is talking about are? It's Si Jie, Yi Er, and Yin Hongwei. He paused and said firmly, let's go to court. Jiang Zhao, we really can't go to court. If we go to court, it's all over. Towards the end, Zhou Li's voice was like a weak worm's moan. It was hard to hear clearly. She seemed to be saying repeatedly, it's all over. It's all over. Jiang Zhao didn't care whether Zhou Li was all over or not. He only hoped that Zhou Li wouldn't disturb his small family's peaceful life. He and Yi Er needed a quiet environment to spend time together. He didn't like life to become too exciting. He liked his family to be stable, peaceful, and harmonious. He wanted his family to be together even after they grew old. He didn't want anything to hinder this outcome. Mom, that's enough. When a mother should be doing her duty, you ran away. There's no more chance. Really? Jiang Zhao, it's not like that. Zhou Li held on to Jiang Zhao. The nurse had already entered the ward. Zhou Li dragged Jiang Zhao to the other end of the corridor. Jiang Zhao said coldly, Mom, let me go. Mom, let go. I want to go in and see Yi Er and Dad. Zhou Li didn't let go. Jiang Zhao, I want to tell you something. Just let me finish. Listen to me. Let's go over there and talk. Jiang Zhao saw that Zhou Li didn't seem to be lying. Okay. At the smoking area at the end of the corridor, Zhou Li let go of Jiang Zhao's sleeve and lowered her head. Jiang Zhao straightened his sleeves and said, Mom, go ahead. Jiang Zhao, we can't go to court for this matter. Zhou Li didn't look up. She lowered her high heels. There was a circle of rhinestones around the edges of her shoes. It dazzled her eyes. Although she had never felt sorry for Yin Hongwei, it was still difficult to say it in front of her son-in-law. Jiang Zhao didn't say anything. He waited for Zhou Li to continue. Jiang Zhao, Si Jie isn't Yin Hongwei's child. He can't win the lawsuit. Jiang Zhao was shocked when he heard this. To him, this was too shocking. Si Jie wasn't Yin Hongwei's biological son? How did this woman do it? How could she make Yin Hongwei raise someone else's son for nothing? He didn't respect Zhou Li to begin with. At this moment, he felt even more disgust. If Si Jie is willing. But what will Si Jie think when he finds out? How can he grow up healthily? This was the reason why Zhou Li refused to get Si Jie back for Yuan Shichang. Sigh. Jiang Zhao sighed softly. If she was worried about the child's physical and mental health, she wouldn't have done such a thing. His eyes became a little dull. A day as husband and wife means endless devotion. Father-in-law needs Si Jie now. Why do you have to force him like this? Don't you feel guilty at all? Guilty? I don't love him. I just feel sorry for Si Jie. Zhou Li said truthfully. Jiang Zhao frowned deeply and turned his face away. So it was okay to have a child with another man if you didn't love him? You didn't even feel guilty? Oh my God. Was his thinking too old-fashioned and couldn't keep up with the times? Or was it wrong for two people who didn't love each other to be together? Yi Er must be Yin Hongwei's biological child, right? So Zhou Li didn't even love Yi Er? What if Yi Er gave birth to his child in the future? Would she not love him either? Jiang Zhao ignored Zhou Li. He didn't hear Zhou Li call his name either. He just left in a daze. Slowly, step by step, it was as if his feet were shackled by thousands of pounds of iron shackles. It was said that like mother, like daughter. Would Yi Er not love his child in the future? How could Yin Hongwei not know that Zhou Li had a child with another man? He felt that this world was really scary. How could he not know that the woman he spent all his time with had an affair with another man? Jiang Zhao felt a headache. The coils in his head were tangled and pulled in a mess. It was as if his head was filled with something and was about to explode. Suddenly it was emptied. He leaned against the wall and felt a little weak. He sat on the bench to rest. He rested his elbows on his knees and rubbed his face with his palms. The more he rubbed, the more chaotic the nerves in his head became. No. He couldn't continue thinking about it. Yi Er was different from Zhou Li. Yi Er was kinder than Zhou Li. She didn't abandon her younger brother when she was in dire straits. She did everything she could to get her father out of prison. She said that she wanted a family, a warm family. How could such a girl's character be bad? At least it showed that she had a strong sense of family and responsibility. How could a person with a strong sense of family and responsibility be like Jolie? A woman like Jolie didn't know what a sense of responsibility was. If she did, she wouldn't have abandoned Yi and Sijia, right? So the saying like mother, like daughter did not exist. It didn't exist. Yi couldn't be as fickle as her mother. Zhao. Jiang Zhao's divine sense was awakened by Yi's anxious voice. It was such an intimate form of address. Only she would call him like that. He let go of his hands and propped his forehead up with his palms. His eyes followed his head, and he saw Yi running towards him with an uneasy expression on her face. Jiang Zhao stood up and caught the hand of the woman who had run to him. What's wrong? Zhao, the doctor said that my father needs emergency treatment again. What should we do? Yi tried her best to hold back her tears and fear as she narrated to Jiang Zhao. Let's go and take a look. Jiang Zhao hugged Yi and hugged her shoulders. The two of them didn't look back at Jolie and quickly walked towards the other end of the corridor. Yi, Dad will be fine. I believe you. Jiang Zhao's heart trembled for a moment. In the end, Jiang Liqing didn't say anything on this trip. It didn't matter. At most, if his father-in-law asked, he would just say that he had already spoken to him. Looking at him, it was obvious that he wouldn't come to confront him. Jiang Liqing felt that his thoughts at this moment were a little unworthy of his military uniform. A soldier should be upright and plain-spoken. But didn't the saying go? If the family was harmonious, everything would prosper. Now that the Yin family was in this state, he didn't want to add to the mess. Jiang Zhao had something on his mind. He wanted to go to the hospital director to get the surveillance footage, but Yi grabbed his hand tightly and refused to let go. He could only wait outside the emergency room with her. Sijia sat next to Yi and patted Yi's leg like an adult. It's okay, sister. Don't worry too much. Humans were like that. When you had someone to rely on, you could be weak. When you didn't, you were forced to be strong. When Jiang Zhao wasn't around, Yi would pat Sijia's back and say to him in a firm voice, Sijia, it's okay. Don't worry. Sister has a way. But now she would grab Jiang Zhao's hand tightly and squeeze it tightly. She would say to Jiang Zhao in a trembling voice, Hubby, I'm scared. What should I do? People who had someone to rely on would slowly become lazy, because they could fulfill every request. They could stretch out their hands for clothes and open their mouth for food. They didn't have to look at other people's faces anymore. They didn't have to do everything by themselves anymore. If there was someone by your side and you told him that you were scared, he would say, Don't be scared. I'm here. In the past, whenever Yi encountered setbacks, she would tell herself that she had to be strong. But when she was about to collapse from failure, she couldn't help but say angrily, I don't want to be strong at all. I want to be weak. It's not good to be strong. A powerful novel. Songshu 566. Chapter 611. Now, she felt that it was not good to be strong. It was good to be weak. When you were weak, you could see that there was a strong man by your side who held up the sky for you. She did not believe that a marriage without love could not last long. Jiang Zhao could hold up the sky for her. As long as she had time, she would slowly draw Yi and white clouds in that sky and decorate it into a beautiful scenery. She needed time. When she had time, he would be there. Jolie returned to the south dejectedly. She did not want to return in defeat. She had already promised Yuan Shichong that she would do her best. She did not want Yuan Shichong to hurt Yi. As expected, Yuan Shichong flew into a rage after asking about it. His violent personality was rarely displayed in front of Jolie. To Yuan Shichong, it was a bolt from the blue that he did not have a successor. If his Jingzi had a higher survival rate, he would not have wasted this effort. As long as there was a woman, he would not be afraid that she could not give birth to his child. However, there was only one child out there. He raised his hand and was about to slap Jolie's face. Jolie looked up and said fiercely, Hit. If you hit me, we'll break all ties. Yuan Shichong immediately restrained himself. Shaoli, I didn't want to hit you. I'm just angry. It's useless. Let me tell you. Let's do artificial insemination. Yuan Shichang suddenly felt that his self-esteem had been violated. Artificial insemination? I have a son. Why do I have to do that? I won't do it. You. Jolie sat on the sofa and bounced. She crossed her arms and leaned back. You're unreasonable. Humph. Yuan Shichang said angrily. Are you going to be like before, leaving after meeting me? When did I? Jolie stood up. I already told Jiang Zhao that Si Jie is not Yun Hongwei's son, but Jiang Zhao refused. What do you think I can do? You actually told him. Yuan Shichang was stunned. That's good. It's good that he knows. But even if he knows, he won't give it to me? Yeah, I already asked him to help me, but he said that a day as husband and wife means endless devotion for the rest of your life. He meant that I should not disturb Yi Er and the rest in the future. Jolie sighed helplessly and sat down again. She was a little anxious. After sitting for less than half a minute, she stood up again and went to get herself some water. Jiang Zhao is a scourge. How could Yin Yi find such a powerful backer? No, I have to get them to divorce. Once they're divorced, it'll be easy to snatch custody. Otherwise, it'll be really troublesome. Jolie was holding a cup of water to drink when she suddenly choked. Jinchang. After shouting, she kept coughing until her face was red. Yuan Shichang walked over lazily and patted her back. Why are you so agitated? What I said was the truth. Jiang Zhao was in the middle. If he really helped Yin Yi get custody, even if I was Si Jie's biological father, he would think of something. So how do you think we can snatch it? After all, I haven't fulfilled my responsibility as a father all these years. If Si Jie doesn't agree, it will be really difficult. But you can't let them get a divorce. Jolie stopped coughing and slammed the cup in her hand on the table. Yi Er finally has the life she has now. If she gets a divorce, she'll have nothing. She's not even 20 years old yet, and she's still studying. If she gets a divorce, how can she continue her studies? Where will she live? I'll give her a house, provide for her studies, and buy her a real estate. As for money, I'll give her more. What do you think? Jolie's brain suddenly short-circuited. She laughed and said in a way that she thought was kind. Sure, as long as she has a stable life in the future, anything is fine. I'm just worried that she'll have to suffer again. Qingsu had been sent back to her own ward. She wanted to tell Yi Er, but Min Hongxing would never allow her to get out of bed and walk around again. Even if she wanted to thank Yi Er, she would have to wait until she was better tomorrow. He felt that if Qingsu were to cause trouble again, the person in the emergency room wouldn't be Qingsu, but him. He was old and couldn't act like a young person. He couldn't afford to cause trouble. Qingsu lay in bed. She was really bored, so she took a pen and paper and started to draw on the table. She was thinking about the man in the afternoon. That disgusting man dressed like a vagrant singer. He was wearing a yellow leather jacket and a woolen hat that seemed to have been worn for a long time. The brim of the hat covered his eyebrows, but his eyes looked like a cold-blooded animal. They were cold and murderous. The beard on his face was strung together. Although it wasn't thick, it was still obvious. His nose was very high, and there was a hook at the tip. His nose looked like a foreigner's. His upper lip was slightly thicker than his lower lip. Chin, what did his chin look like? Qingsu was drawing in boredom. Min Hongxing wanted to urge her to rest, so he walked over and asked softly, Qingsu, what are you drawing? Qingsu supported her chin with her small hand and looked at the half-drawn face on the paper. She frowned and said, I'm bored, so I'm drawing. After Yun Hongwei was sent to the ward, Jiang Zhao forced Yi Er to go back to his room to sleep. Si Jie refused to go home alone. So Jiang Liqing brought him back to the villa where the commander of Xingnan Road's army lived. Jiang Zhao and the old director had agreed that he would go to the monitoring room after he was done with the matter, and get the staff to cooperate with him. The old director couldn't bear to wait, and went home early to rest. When Jiang Zhao arrived at the monitoring room, it was almost 12 o'clock. Frames of images flashed by. According to Yi Er's description, the man's balaclava was pulled down very deeply, and he was wearing a yellow leather jacket. He actually had a work pass hanging on his chest. He swaggered into the hospital. Jiang Zhao asked, "How many types of work passes are there?" The technician answered truthfully, "There are official jobs and temporary jobs." Temporary jobs? Yes. Humph. Jiang Zhao said, "Haven't temporary jobs been abolished by the labor law?" The technician didn't know how to flatter people. He was an honest technician, so he was always the one working overtime, and the one getting promoted was always someone else. But aren't the positions in the government also divided into internal and external staff? Isn't it just a formal job and a temporary job? In other words, it's just a legal violation of the labor law. Jiang Zhao was a person who had a status to back him up wherever he went. No matter who it was, they would always give him some face. Even if the old director here didn't want to show him the surveillance footage, he would still be polite. But in the end, as long as his attitude was firm, he wouldn't be able to change his mind. This young man looked like a hothead. He actually dared to say something like that. That's also different. How could Jiang Zhao admit that the difference between internal and external staff was the same as that between official and temporary jobs? Different? What's the difference? The fundamental difference between official and temporary workers is the difference in treatment. Both internal and external staff are also treated differently. Academic results are calculated based on grades and rankings, while work results are calculated based on salary. Jiang Zhao asked again. What about that image? Is this man's work pass official or temporary? The technician zoomed in on the screen, but the image was not clear. I can't see clearly. The biggest difference between official and temporary is that one has blue font, and the other has green font. The work pass is covered with a plastic cover, and it's a little reflective. I can't see the color clearly. Jiang Zhao rubbed his chin and asked, "Where did he get this work pass?" If he is a criminal, he might have stolen it, robbed it, or found a fake ID from a telephone pole, and spent 20 renminbi to get it. Jiang Zhao looked at the image and zoomed in slowly. When the work pass started to shake, the technician paused and zoomed in. After listening to the technician's serious reply, he felt that this person was suitable to be a technician. He was not tactful, and would say whatever he wanted to say. Just because he was the mayor, he did not try to flatter him. He was a good technician. Have you ever thought of changing your job? If there is a job with better pay and more stability, I will change. Jiang Zhao and the technician were chatting, but both of them were looking at the screen seriously. What an honest man. Yes. The party teaches us to seek truth from facts. You join the party. No. Anyway, I am not working for the machinery department. Why should I join the party? Stop. Jiang Zhao shouted, and the technician immediately stopped the image. Jiang Zhao saw the man turn his head and zoomed in on the image. But he still could not see the man's face. The mask on his head was pulled down, and he was walking with his head lowered. The technician also showed the video of Yi Er giving the wrong medication. That nurse entered the elevator from the underground parking lot. Her license plate was blocked, and she went straight to the nurse's room. She then pushed the trolley into Yi Er's room, and went straight to the underground parking lot. She did not even change out of her nurse uniform. When the trolley left the hospital, the person driving was not wearing a pink nurse uniform. She should have taken it off, or there was someone else waiting for her. But that nurse's uniform was just right for her. She was tall and did not look like a woman. We don't have such a tall nurse in our hospital, the technician said. When Jiang Zhao heard the technician say that, he finally confirmed that Yi Er's life was in danger at any moment. Someone could want her life at any moment. Who was this person? Today, that man went into Yi Er's room and then left. He then knocked on Qing Su's door. This was too strange. What was the connection? Perhaps the nurse's walking posture was purposely awkward, but after zooming in on the same two heads, one of them had fairer skin and the other had darker skin. It was not done by the same person. As Jiang Zhao thought about this, a chill ran through his heart. He started to feel uneasy. He cuffed the man's part and took it away. When he returned to Yi Er's room, he reached out to touch Yi Er's nose. She was breathing. He felt that he was being too sensitive. He then went to the duty room to remind Yan Hongwei to inform him immediately if anything happened. When he returned to Yi Er's room, he locked the door, took a shower, and went to bed. Jiang Zhao had just come out of the bathroom and wanted to sleep with Yi Er. He would only feel at ease if he hugged her. But before he could crawl into bed, there was a knock on the door. Qingsu was shouting outside the door. Jiang Zhao, open the door. Help me. I drew a picture. Help me. Welfare Songshu 566. Chapter 6:12. Jiang Zhao did not dislike Qingsu for being noisy, but he disliked her for being so noisy at the wrong time. At this time, everyone was already asleep, and Yi Er was already asleep. She knocked on the door indiscriminately. When he went to open the door, he heard Yi Er asking in a daze, "Who's here?" Jiang Zhao frowned. How annoying. Qingsu was shouting for Jiang Zhao to help, but when she heard Yi Er's voice, she immediately crawled under Jiang Zhao's arm and jumped onto Yi Er's bed with the drawing in her hand. She asked excitedly, "Sister Yi Er, I drew a picture. Look. Isn't this man the pervert who wanted to strangle me this afternoon?" When Jiang Zhao heard this, he quickly closed the door and strode back to Yi Er's bedside. When he saw Yi Er suddenly frown when he looked at the drawing, he quickly took the drawing from their hands. When he looked at it, he also frowned. He looked down at the small child kneeling on Yi Er's bed, and could only be described as speechless. "Qingsu, is this a drawing of a person?" No wonder Yi Er kept frowning when he looked at it. How could it not be difficult? Shouldn't Jie be better at drawing? How is it not? It has a nose and eyes. I've never drawn before, but I think it's quite good. It's very lifelike. After saying this, she shook Yi Er's arm. "Sister Yi Er, don't you think so? I should go to university to study art, right? I think I have the talent of an artist." Yi Er laughed dryly. "Ahem, you do have the talent of an artist." Jiang Zhao looked at the elementary school level drawing in his hand and added, "Qingsu, you can definitely become an abstract artist in the future. A master of art." Qingsu got off the bed and stood beside Jiang Zhao. She took the painting from his hand and said, "Thank you for your compliment. I will work hard." Jiang Zhao looked at the portrait in Qingsu's hand, and an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. "Qingsu, did you draw this portrait based on that person's appearance?" "Yes. I'll call someone over tomorrow. You guys watch him draw and try your best to draw that person's face completely." Yi Er nodded and agreed. However, Qingsu said, "Are you complaining that my drawing isn't good enough? You're doing freehand brushwork. Tomorrow, I'll find someone to do a realistic painting. You can learn from them. Why do you want to go further than what's close at hand? Isn't Unwu good at drawing? Why don't we just ask him to come over and draw?" Qingsu gave the best suggestion. Jiang Zhao said coldly, "Qingsu, go back and rest early. I'll make the arrangements." Qingsu didn't even know what was going on before she was chased away. How would she know that Jiang Zhao hated Unwu? Qingsu returned home dejectedly. She took the painting back to her room. Min Hongsheng, who was about to go to bed, asked, "Qingsu, did you go next door just now?" Qingsu nodded and said unhappily, "Yeah, let Jiang Zhao see the murderer I drew." Min Hongsheng was shocked. "Come, let daddy see." Qingsu actually didn't like Min Hongsheng sleeping in her room. She didn't need anyone to accompany her, and she would press the call bell if she needed anything. However, Min Hongsheng insisted that he wouldn't care about her after she was discharged from the hospital. Moreover, during the days when she was in a coma, he was the one who accompanied her in bed. Qingsu didn't know why, but her brain short-circuited and she agreed to it. This feeling was really strange, and she wasn't used to it. She handed the painting in her hand to Min Hongsheng. When Min Hongsheng saw it, the corners of his mouth twitched imperceptibly. Then he immediately smiled and said in a voice full of praise, I really didn't expect my baby girl to have a talent for drawing. After you're discharged, Daddy will find you a famous teacher to teach you. Maybe our family will have a female artist in the future. Daddy stinks of money. If we have a female artist, we'll bring honor to our ancestors." Qingsu turned her face away. "Who will bring honor to your ancestors? My surname is Liu." After saying that, she couldn't help but laugh. "Oh right, there's no need to hire a teacher. I think Shi Yinhua's drawing is pretty good. Why don't you go and ask Grandpa Shi to teach me how to draw? Min Hongsheng was stunned. A few days ago, he thought that his daughter was in love with Jiang Zhao and always wanted to run next door. He was worried that she would fall in love with a married man. Why did she suddenly fall in love with Shi Yunwu? However, that kid from the Shi family wasn't bad. He was good-looking and had a good family background. He was a good match for his daughter. Thus, Min Hongsheng's brain started to think like it was infected with a virus. Okay, Daddy will go and talk about this tomorrow. Is that okay? Okay. Qing Su thought for a while and said, also, I actually want to learn how to do business and earn more money in the future. Why don't you ask Qin Fian to teach me how to do business? Min Hongsheng felt that his brain needed to be reinstalled. This girl wanted to have a foot in two boats? That's not good. Qin Fian is Jiang Zhao's cousin. We should avoid contact with the Qins and the Jiangs. Why? Sister Yi Er and I are quite close. In any case, don't interact too much with him. Qing Su sighed and said, Min Hongsheng, I think you can be quite childish at times. You should have taken the initiative to reconcile the matter between Min Zikai and Yi Er's sister. Even I know that it's easier to make enemies than to make enemies. Even I know that Jiang Zhao's family background is strong and powerful. But why do you have to be as smelly and stubborn as a rock in a latrine? Although you may not be able to be friends with the Jiang and Qin families, you can't be their enemy either. How can you do business like this? Qing Su was impulsive and loyal, but she wasn't stupid. Moreover, she had been in society for a long time and could see the fickleness of human nature. She could even feel the need to be hospitalized. In the past, when she was poor, she would line up to go see a doctor, and the doctor would be expressionless. Now that she was rich, she had to stay in a ward alone when she was sick. The ward was even bigger than her and her mother's house. The attitude of the doctors and nurses was very good. Although she didn't curry favor with people from rich families, she wouldn't deliberately cause trouble or make enemies with them. Of course, it was a different story if they provoked her. But Min Hongsheng's attitude was obviously not good. Jiang Zhao didn't have a bad temper and treat her badly, but Min Hongsheng had always been resistant to the matter between Yi Er and Jiang Zhao. Min Hongsheng was surprised for a moment. He never expected Qing Su to say such things. He also never thought that Qing Su's mind would suddenly become so mature. He was suddenly gratified. Qing Su, Daddy knows. It's just that some things aren't as simple as you think. It's not the right time to tell you now. Some things, whether it's friends or enemies, can't be resolved easily. You'll understand in the future. Daddy will slowly teach you how to do business in the future. When Qing Su heard Min Hongsheng's dogmatic words, she didn't say anything else. She also felt that she had said too much today. She pulled the blanket away, took off her shoes and crawled in. She pulled the blanket over herself and went to sleep. Yi Er leaned into Jiang Zhao's arms. Jiang Zhao couldn't sleep. He could feel that Yi Er was also moving around at this time. If it were any other time and she was moving around in his arms like this, he would definitely not be able to control himself and want to do her. But today he really wasn't in the mood at all. When he thought about what happened in the afternoon and Jolie, he didn't have the mood to do that at all. The woman's back was pressed against his chest. Her spine felt as if it was touching. She had lost weight during this period of hospitalization. Yunyi, tell me, what kind of family would be happy? When Yi Er heard Jiang Zhao's voice, it sounded a little distant and a little cold. She was a little uncomfortable. If she was uncomfortable, then so be it. At most, she wouldn't turn around and look at him. She thought about her own wishes. She wanted to have him, take him down, and make him hers. From his body to his heart, she wanted to nibble at him step by step. When she thought about how he would fall in love with her someday, her heart was as sweet as honey. Even her voice became a little softer, and there was a hint of happiness in it. I think that a family with love would be happy. Jiang Zhao listened to Yi Er's voice. It was as if it wasn't real. Her voice was like a sandwich dessert. With one bite, it was soft, sticky, and sweet. Even with his eyes closed, he could feel the clouds in the sky being sprinkled with sugar. That cloud was extremely blissful. She said that a family with love would be happy. The word love. Did this word make her feel so comfortable? What if it's like us? Jiang Zhao thought to himself. If he said it too directly, would it spoil the atmosphere a little? Yi Er's heart sank. The happiness from before was swept clean. Suddenly, she felt a little down, and her back stiffened for a moment. If a man hugged you and asked you, would a family like ours be unhappy without love? If he asked you that question, how would you answer? At this moment, Jiang Zhao was hugging Yi Er. He could feel the reaction of her stiffening back, and he sighed softly in his heart. Yi Er took a deep breath. She should sort out her emotions and not let them fluctuate too much. He hugged her from behind, his arms circling around her chest. Her hand reached over and rested on his wrist, gently caressing it. Even though the scene from before was gone, after a moment of silence, she suddenly had a new answer. I think we will be happy. Before we got married, I said before that marriage doesn't necessarily require love. I think responsibility is also very important. As long as the two of us are willing to protect this family, and let this family continue to be stable, then we will be happy. Just like in the middle of winter, even if there's no air conditioner in the room, we can still cover ourselves with blankets. As long as no one comes to lift the blankets, as long as we cover ourselves tightly and don't let the cold wind enter the blankets, we will be able to sleep soundly and have a good night's sleep. Think about it. Isn't it great to have a warm place to sleep in the middle of winter? Yi Er knew that she and Jiang Zhao were like a small world. In this small world, they needed warmth and a place to nurture warmth. They needed blankets to cover themselves against the cold. They needed to defend with their lives. However, during this process, no one could snatch their blankets away. The Ouyangyan was Jiang Zhao's air conditioner. Without blankets, as long as the Ouyangyan was running, Jiang Zhao could even take off his clothes and sleep with it on his body. However, she wasn't Jiang Zhao's air conditioner. She could only hug him and use her meager body temperature to use the cotton blankets to protect her body temperature. She used the entire night to warm up the long night that belonged to them. As long as the Ouyangyan didn't lift her blankets, she and Jiang Zhao would be able to sleep warmly until dawn. It wasn't that she didn't feel sour in her heart. Every woman had her own self-esteem. Since she was young, she had been taught that women must know how to love themselves. However, when you fell in love with someone, self-esteem would be left behind. She pestered him and took the initiative to please him. After quarreling, she took the initiative to admit her mistakes. Actually, she was also very envious of those girls who were pursued by men. Every day, they would make solemn vows of love. I love you. I love you for 10,000 years. My love for you will never change. She also wanted someone to say these words to her, and shamelessly beg her to give him her heart. Then she would arrogantly do things again and again. She wouldn't stop until she tortured that man to death. That kind of vanity was so desirable. However, the person she fell in love with was Jiang Zhao. Jiang Zhao had the Ouyangyan. Ad. Hongcha 866. Chapter 613. Jiang Zhao couldn't become that kind of man. If he became that kind of man, he wouldn't be Jiang Zhao anymore. He hugged the woman who had lost a lot of weight even tighter. Jiang Zhao's heart was gently plucked and trembled as it bounced against the walls of his heart. It was both itchy and painful. Sung Tingting said that he and Yunyi weren't compatible, because Yunye's education level was low while his was high, because Yunye's family background wasn't good while his family background was good. He knew that it was easy to not find common ground when it came to education. But now, he increasingly didn't know what superficial was. Was Yunyi superficial? She always said things that were so shallow that one could see the sand and stones at the bottom of the water, but all of a sudden, it seeped into one's heart. Their marriage didn't have a love that could warm them up like an air conditioner. Then they would find a bed and blanket, hug each other, and cover the gaps around them. In the middle of winter, how could they not be happy to have a warm place to sleep? To be able to feel warmth in winter, if this wasn't happiness, then what else could be considered happiness? She was different from Jolie. She had a sense of responsibility. She said that responsibility was very important. He believed that she was willing to be responsible for this family. At this moment, he was willing to believe in her. A week later, all of Yi Er's indicators were normal, and she was discharged. The people from the Jiang family called to urge him to prepare for the wedding on the 6th day of the first lunar month in Jiang district. Jiang Zhao agreed. On Sunday morning, the fog and frost were heavy. Yi Er was forcefully pulled out of bed by Jiang Zhao and went outside to do morning exercises. Jiang Zhao was dressed in a light gray casual suit with a drawstring top that made him look especially youthful. Yi Er rarely saw Jiang Zhao dressed so casually. She really felt that this guy obviously wanted her to come out for morning exercises and deliberately dressed so youthful to seduce her. Zhao, didn't we renovate a gym on the 2nd floor? Let's not go outside to do morning exercises. Yi Er felt that it was cold outside, and it was easy to drink the cold wind into her stomach. How can that be the same? The environment here is so good. Of course, we have to come out to breathe in the fresh air. Dad has already taken Jie to exercise. How can you be so lazy? In fact, Jiang Zhao did not mean to do this. His mother said that since they were already married, it was better for them to exercise their bodies and have a child as soon as possible. Speaking of this, he had some thoughts. Although he had a child at home now, he was his brother-in-law after all. He could not be compared to his own flesh and blood. His eldest brother's son was also very likable. She had just been discharged from the hospital, so it was naturally not good for her to be pregnant. She needed to exercise and start implementing this plan after the college entrance examination next year. It was not as if she could not get pregnant in college now. If he really couldn't do it, he would just take a break from school. After all, he couldn't wait any longer. Yi really had no way to compete with Jiang Zhao. She was urged and beaten by him all the way until she walked a few rounds around the neighborhood like a dog. When she bumped into Zhuang Yichen, who was walking a big golden retriever, Yi Er stopped and hid behind Jiang Zhao. She was a little scared of Zhuang Yichen. Zhuang Yichen acted like he was not familiar with Jiang Zhao and greeted him casually. Mayor Jiang, Mrs. Jiang, good morning. Jiang Zhao replied politely. Mr. Zhuang, are you walking your dog? Yes. After saying that, he squatted down and stretched out his big hand to scratch the golden retriever's neck. He raised his head and looked at Yi. When he smiled, 1,000 flowers bloomed. Mrs. Jiang, you look good today. You are getting prettier. Yi rarely saw Zhuang Yichen smile, and it was such a friendly smile. Sometimes it was a cold smile. Looking at him walking his pet and smiling at her, she felt dizzy. Luckily, she already had someone in her heart. What if she was still a young girl? Who would be able to withstand this kind of shock? Qiu Xiaoyu was the best. She still said she was not getting married. Did she really not want to marry Zhuang Yichen? These 4 young masters of Haiqing were the scourge of Haiqing. Jiang Zhao was still the best. She had taken care of this scourge, and he would not be able to harm others in the future. Ouyangyan was an exception. She would slowly make him unable to harm Ouyangyan. Thank you for the compliment. Yi took another step forward. Zhuang Yichen was not as fierce as before. She kind of liked the dog in his hands. She reached out to play with it, but before she could bend down, Jiang Zhao pulled her hand back. Be careful, it will bite you. Why would it? It's not like I haven't had a dog before. Golden retrievers are very kind. Let's go. Jiang Zhao pulled Yi away and said to Zhuang Yichen, Mr. Zhuang, take your time. We will run for a while more. Okay, take care. After Zhuang Yichen finished speaking, he stood up and walked his dog in the opposite direction of Jiang Zhao. Why won't you let me touch it? Golden retrievers won't bite people. Its owner is still here. Jiang Zhao definitely wouldn't say that he wanted her to have a baby, so he couldn't have a pet until after the baby was born. Seeing that Yi was angrily following behind him and refusing to chase after him, he trotted back to Yi side and walked slowly with her. Pets carry a lot of germs on them. What if they touch it? Do you think people like Zhuang Yichen won't keep their dogs clean? You're really thinking too much. You don't know how fast germs can mutate nowadays. It's the easiest for germs to mutate from animals to humans. Every large-scale national serious disease is mutated from animals. You have no compassion. Yi Er knew that Jiang Zhao was telling the truth, but she still couldn't agree with his point of view. Zhuang Yichen looked like a cold-blooded person, but he still had a dog. Jiang Zhao was the real cold-blooded one. He didn't have any compassion at all. You like pets? I'll buy you a fish to raise, okay? We're both animals. Now you have compassion, right? Jiang Zhao took a step back. Yi Er exploded with anger. Fish. Dog. How could it be the same? How could it be the same? Oh my God. What was this man's brain made of? How could it be the same when they were both animals? Why don't you ask me to raise a snake? We're both animals. You want to raise a snake? But I don't think you have the guts to do that. If you really like it, I'll buy it for you. I'll just pull out your teeth. Okay? Get lost. Who said I want to raise a snake? She clearly said that she wanted to raise a dog. How did it turn into buying a snake to raise? Jiang Zhao shook his head. Are all women as unreasonable as you? Yi Er felt like she had been stabbed. Ouyang Yan is very sensible. He never quarrels with you, right? Boring. Jiang Zhao turned to leave. Yi Er also turned to leave. After taking 2 steps, she realized that something was wrong. Why did she leave? She went back to chase after Jiang Zhao. Hey, why did you say that I'm unreasonable? You must explain to me clearly. You've always been unreasonable. I didn't. You did. When did this happen? You must have evidence to slander me. Anytime. From morning till night. Good morning, Mayor Jiang, Mrs. Jiang. Yi Er immediately held Jiang Zhao's arm and smiled. Good morning, Mrs. Wang. When the strollers walked past, Yi Er immediately shook off Jiang Zhao's hand. From morning till night? Don't I have an hour of normal time? Am I so unbearable in your eyes? Jiang Zhao turned to look at Yi Er, who was angry alone and held his forehead. Oh my God, your imagination is really rich. Yes. I have a rich imagination. I'm unreasonable. I'm not good at anything. Both of them acted like a model couple. After they separated, they started to bicker with each other until they reached home. Yi Er took out a pair of shoes and placed it in front of Jiang Zhao. Change your shoes. Although you think I'm not good at anything, I'm used to carrying your shoes for you. Although I'm angry with you, I can't bring myself to let you wear a pair of female slippers. Jiang Zhao smiled and entered the house. Yi Er went to prepare some porridge, fried some eggs, and prepared some side dishes. After breakfast was ready, she said, Let's eat breakfast. You don't have to wait for Dad and the rest. Although you think I'm not good at anything, I'm still used to cooking breakfast for you. Although I'm angry with you, I can't let you starve or feed you soy milk. Jiang Zhao smiled and ate his breakfast happily. After breakfast, Yi Er started to clear the dishes. Although you think I'm not good at anything, I'm still used to not letting you do the dishes and do the housework. Jiang Zhao stood up silently and sat on the sofa. He pulled out a newspaper and read it. After Yi Er finished washing the dishes, she wiped her hands and sat beside Jiang Zhao to make her presence known. Before she could say what she wanted to say, Jiang Zhao looked at the newspaper and said, Although you said I don't think you're good at anything, I still think you're a very good girl. So a good girl should smile more and not complain all the time. She shouldn't be narrow-minded all the time. She should be broad-minded. That way she'll become prettier. What? He actually said she wasn't broad-minded enough? Because she even allowed him to have a mistress. How could she be broad-minded? Was the Pacific Ocean so wide? Jiang Zhao glanced over and saw that Yi Er was about to say something again. He immediately threw the newspaper away and opened his arms. Come, my beautiful girl. Let your husband reward you with a kiss. Go to hell. Who cares? Yi Er's mouth twitched a little awkwardly. You're not coming? If you're not coming, then I'm coming. Jiang Zhao said and pounced on her. Yi Er was pressed onto the sofa and kissed fiercely. Yi Er was kissed until she was panting. She pushed Jiang Zhao away and said coquettishly, Hey, didn't we agree on a kiss? Jiang Zhao put his hand under Yi Er's clothes. His dry palm oil felt very comfortable on her soft and supple skin. He bit her ear and teased. Oh, I'm sorry. Why did I give you so much at once? Can you give it back to me? How many more did I give you? Was there 10,000? Give me back 9,999. I'm going to faint. How can there be 10,000 kisses in such a short time? So you think it's too little? No, Yi-er was pinched, kissed and rubbed. She was as soft as a puddle of mud. Hubby, it's so early in the morning. Don't play like this. I can't take it. Can't take what? The tip of the man's nose was on the woman's neck. He didn't care even if he burned her to death. I can't take it. I can't take it. You seduced me. The living room was very big. The long sofa was connected to one another. It was a little exciting in such a bright and open place. But when she thought about how her father and brother could come back at any time, she still felt a little depressed. The man's hand was already unwilling to just invade her upper body and move to her pants. Hubby, Daddy is coming back. Yi-er was so anxious that she kept twisting. She grabbed Jiang Zhao's clothes and pulled tightly. Her voice was as unbearable as her buttocks that were moving. Go upstairs. Jiang Zhao was already on top of Yi-er. At this moment, he pulled out his hand from her pants and put it under her waist. When he scooped her up, he also stood up. Yi-er hooked her legs around Jiang Zhao's waist tightly. Come and see. Xingwu 799. Chapter 6:14. Jiang Zhao was a little excited as he hugged Yi-er and rushed upstairs. Yi-er wondered if it was because she had too much free time today. She had eaten breakfast and was dressed warmly, so her lust came especially quickly. After being discharged from the hospital, his body was getting better day by day. Jiang Zhao was getting fiercer and fiercer each time. Yi-er heard the sound of the door opening downstairs. Her body stiffened once, and she patted Jiang Zhao's naked body. Hubby, my dad and the others are back. What should we do? Jiang Zhao smiled and put more force on her butt. They're also home at night. Why aren't you afraid? What if he comes to call us for breakfast? Dad knows that we've definitely eaten. Should I go down and help Dad fry eggs? Jiang Zhao was a little impatient and retorted again. Yi-er bit her lip and moaned. Yunyi, why don't we buy another house for Dad and the others? Okay. Why? Every time you worry about this and that, I feel that our sex life is affected. How is that? Don't you think that the quality is not as good as before? We're upstairs and downstairs, but you're worried about the sound of the bed, and you're worried about yourself calling out. When you suppress it, it makes me feel suppressed. Yi-er was most afraid of making Jiang Zhao feel suppressed in bed. What if he didn't have enough at her place and ran out to steal food? Thinking about it, she felt that she was worrying too much. In fact, her father was a very sensitive person and would never come upstairs. He had also taught Xijie several times that he was not allowed to go upstairs to look for her and Jiang Zhao. If there was something, he should call out downstairs. It was inevitable that her suspicions would affect the quality. I was wrong. I won't be like this in the future, okay? Good girl. It wasn't until after this time that Yi-er realized that she was really thinking too much. Not to mention that no one came upstairs, no one even called out. Covered in sweat, he got up and went to take a shower. Yi-er only wanted to wash her body. She didn't want to wash her hair, so she called out to Jiang Zhao, Hubby. Jiang Zhao was still lying on the bed. Ah, what's wrong? Help me grab the hair from the dresser drawer. My hair is getting wet. Oh, wait a moment. Jiang Zhao got out of bed and wrapped himself in a bathrobe. He walked towards the dressing table and opened the drawer. There were a lot of small things inside. Women were troublesome. There were several eyebrow trimming tools and a lot of eyeshadow colors. It was dazzling. It was a small bottle with a tinge of brown color. What was that? The skincare products were all on the table. If they were skincare products, the packaging would be too ugly. She wouldn't go and buy some cheap stuff, would she? He had never shortchanged her. She picked it up and looked at it. There was no logo, only a sticker that said, birth control. When Jiang Zhao saw these words, his back stiffened. He didn't know that Yi-er had been taking such things. Logically speaking, people like them didn't need it. He was an adult and knew to use a condom. He didn't use it during the safe period. Was she afraid that the safe period wasn't enough? Was she that afraid of getting pregnant? Was she that afraid of getting pregnant with his child? Hubby, Jiang Zhao's hand trembled, and the bottle almost fell to the ground. I want to take a shower. Did you find the hair? It's black. The claws are interlocked and bite together. It looks like two rakes. Oh, I saw it. Jiang Zhao put the bottle of birth control pills back to its original position. He held the black hair in his hand and closed the drawer. He was too polite and didn't have the habit of going through her things. That was why she was so generous to put the birth control pills in front of him. He went into the bathroom, opened the glass door of the shower area and handed the hair to Yi Er. Yi Er just smiled and said, "Thank you." But when she saw Jiang Zhao's icy expression, she couldn't help but tremble. He said that he was handing the hair to her, but the man's eyes were looking into her eyes. He was holding the hair so tightly that she couldn't snatch it away. Yi Er felt that Jiang Zhao's eyes looked like he wanted to eat someone. No, he wanted to eat her, bite by bite. Under the torture of the man's cutting gaze, her blood coagulated inch by inch. Yi Er shivered and murmured, "Hubby." Yi Er's voice pulled Jiang Zhao back to reality. Give it to me. The hair. Yi Er purposely ignored Jiang Zhao and shifted her gaze to her hand. She pouted and pouted. She said softly, "If you want to use it, you have to wait until you have hair as long as mine. I'm still so young. Can't you let me have it?" Oh. Jiang Zhao loosened his grip. Yes, she was still young. Taking off his bathrobe, he stepped into the shower room and closed the glass door behind him. Reaching out, he picked up a strand of Yi Er's hair, twisted it, and fixed it on top of her head. Then he took the strand of hair from her hand and tied it into a bun on top of her head. As he turned on the water, he rubbed some shower gel in his hand and rubbed it on Yi Er's body. Yi Er followed Jiang Zhao's example and bathed him. Yi Er felt ticklish all over. She chuckled and bubbles flew all over the bathroom. She hugged Jiang Zhao's neck. "Hubby, Sister Xiaoya is already 25 years old. Why hasn't she married Zhuang Yichen yet? Why do you care so much about other people's business?" "I'm just worried that Sister Xiaoya will have children later, because she's old." Jiang Zhao took Yi Er's hand away and turned her back to him. He rubbed her back. 25 years old is too late? Then what about other people who have children in their 30s? Besides, children are so annoying. They're so noisy all day long. It's so annoying. Yi Er lowered her head. Suddenly, she looked like a frosted eggplant. Oh. When Jiang Zhao received a call from family Ouyang's old master Ouyang Sheng, he was just about to go back to sleep. Fourth Grandpa. In Haiqing, family Ouyang's old master had always been respectfully addressed as Fourth Grandpa. Jiang Zhao also kept calling him Fourth Grandpa. Ouyang Sheng laughed and said, "Zhao Zhao, did Fourth Grandpa disturb your sleep?" "No, I woke up early." "Fourth Grandpa, have you had breakfast?" Yes. When Ouyang Sheng smiled, there was a hint of shrewdness in his smile. At the end of his words, he smacked his lips and said, "Zhao Zhao, can you find some time to come to the Ouyang family today? The fourth master has encountered some difficulties, and he needs your help to think of a way." Jiang Zhao frowned and asked, "Fourth Grandpa, what trouble did you encounter?" "It's not to make things difficult for you. I just want you to persuade Haizi." "Haizi? What's wrong with Haizi?" "Zhao Zhao, you guys grew up together. Haizi is also close to you. Even though Yan and you have become distant in recent years, the two of you are still close. Brothers are still brothers." Jiang Zhao smiled. "I didn't want to disturb you about today's matter." Jiang Zhao immediately said, "Fourth Grandpa, what are you talking about? What disturbances are you talking about? Aren't you treating me as an outsider?" Jiang Zhao thought that if Grandpa called Ouyang Hai at this time to say that he was disturbing him, Ouyang Hai would probably nod and bow and say, "Grandpa Qin, what are you talking about? Are you trying to kill me?" He really couldn't stand these old people's words. They really wanted to break the young people's waists. Ouyang Sheng sighed and said angrily, "Haizi, that bastard, wants to divorce Junjun. Junjun, that girl, is dutiful. She just entered the family Ouyang for a year, and gave birth to a big fat boy for the family Ouyang. After that, she was very obedient. Tell me, Have you heard of our Junjun causing trouble outside? Jiang Zhao nodded and said sincerely, that's true. And Ai Jun is really a role model for the daughter-in-law of a rich family. Junjun is just too honest. Now that Hai Zi, that bastard, wants a divorce, but now Qiuqiu hugs his mother every day and refuses to let go. Wherever Junjun goes, he will follow. Such a young child insists on moving out with his mother. This old man's heart is broken. Ouyang Xing choked. Jiang Zhao frowned. Fourth grandpa, don't worry. Whether Hai Zi listens to your advice or not, I'll give him a call later. Zhao Zhao, I still want to invite you to come over. Come to the house. Yesterday afternoon, this brat wanted to greet Junjun with an ear of melon seeds. If someone tried to persuade him, he even threw something at them. I feel that you and Hai Zi are brothers, so he will more or less listen to your advice. No matter what we old people say, he will say it's old. Dong. Jiang Zhao couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Since the word please had already been said, he really couldn't reject it. Hai City was only so big, and the power field was only so big. There were checks and balances everywhere, and no one could offend anyone. On the surface, the Qin family was the #1 family, and no one dared to bully the Jiang family in the east. However, in reality, the other families were also restrained by each other. He had a good relationship with Ouyang Hai, but why did he find him to persuade him not to get a divorce? Could it be because he was a married man? Fourth grandpa, then in the afternoon. I'll go over after lunch. I still have some things to settle here. Jiang Zhao thought that he should stay at home more to cultivate his relationship with Yi Er during the weekend. Ouyang Sheng was a little troubled. I'm not disturbing you, am I? Fourth grandpa, don't say that again. I really don't deserve your words. Okay. Then I'll trouble you, Zhao Zhao. I'll wait for you in the afternoon. Jiang Zhao politely hung up the phone and fell back on the bed. Yin Yi, I'm going to family Ouyang's house in the afternoon. You stay at home with Dad. What are you going to do? Family Ouyang? Ouyang Yan's house. Yan Yan's brother is asking for a divorce. Fourth grandpa asked me to go over and persuade him. I'll go with you. Yi Er knew that Jiang Zhao liked Ouyang Yan, so she didn't dare to act like a shrew. She said gently, I'll go with you to visit him. Why are you going? Don't go. Stay at home. Jiang Zhao's attitude was firm. Ouyang Sheng said that if someone went to persuade him, she would throw things at him. If she picked up something and threw it at him, it didn't matter if he was hurt. Men had rough skin and thick flesh. The key was that Yi Er had been in trouble for the past few months. If something happened again, he would be tortured to death by her. Okay, that's it. Beauty novel Hongchai 866. Chapter 6:15. After lunch, Yi Er reluctantly sent Jiang Zhao to the parking lot. She even closed the car door for him and said many times, Hubby, take me to see the world. Go back. If you have nothing to do, play video games with Sijia. Be good, be obedient. Jiang Zhao locked the car door and rolled down the window. He said to Yi Er, you're cuter if you're obedient. Yi Er could only sigh. She really didn't know what to do. She was afraid that if she wasn't obedient, Jiang Zhao wouldn't like her. But he was going to the family Ouyang. Watching Jiang Zhao's car drive out of the garage, Yi Er stood in the same place for a long time. Her eyelids twitched. When Jiang Zhao arrived at the family Ouyang, he didn't see any discordant scene. An Ai Jun was playing with Qiuqiu in the garden. After greeting An Ai Jun and hugging Qiuqiu, he realized that the boy had grown taller. He even had a child. Why was he divorced? Also, this child was so cute. How could he live without a mother? He really didn't know what Ouyang Hai was thinking. The servant led Jiang Zhao through the garden and into the villa. He didn't see Ouyang Sheng. Instead, he went straight to Ouyang Sheng's study. There was a group of old people in Hai City who were like old Master Qin. For example, Ouyang Sheng liked to do antique calligraphy and paintings. His study was like a painter's study. After Jiang Zhao sat down, Ouyang Sheng personally started to brew tea. Zhao Zhao, you haven't come to our house in a long time. How could that be? I come to visit every year during the new year. Jiang Zhao picked up a pair of tongs and prepared to help Ouyang Sheng wash the tea set. In the past, you didn't just come to visit. You also came to visit this old man during the solar festival. Fourth Grandpa, I'm sorry. I've been busy these past few years. I'll come often in the future. Jiang Zhao felt that the atmosphere was not right. Ouyang Sheng had always been a shrewd person. Was it because of something else? Ouyang Sheng looked at Jiang Zhao's doubtful expression and sighed. I called Haizi and he's rushing home right now. You saw him when you entered the courtyard just now. Qiuqiu is so cute, right? Jiang Zhao relaxed his guard. Yes, she's cute. I had a lot of fun with Aijun, Ouyang Sheng sighed. He's only happy because his mother is around. He's no longer 1 or 2 years old. It doesn't matter if his mother leaves. He's already 6 years old. He knows and remembers everything. If we get a divorce now, it'll have a huge impact on the child. Jiang Zhao said, Fourth Grandpa, actually the children and grandchildren have their own blessings. If the parents' relationship really breaks down and they quarrel every day, such a marriage is not good for the children. But I didn't know that Haizi didn't treat Aijun well. In the past, it wasn't easy to get her. You don't know how to cherish it. Where can I find a daughter-in-law like Junjun in the future? How many girls nowadays are willing to stay at home like Junjun? While they were talking, someone knocked on the door. It was Ouyang Hai. Ouyang Hai took off his blazer and smiled at Jiang Zhao. Mayor Jiang, welcome. Jiang Zhao stood up and punched Ouyang Hai on his shoulder. Go to hell. Are you trying to embarrass me? How dare I? Ouyang Hai looked at Ouyang Sheng. Grandpa, why didn't you inform me that you are inviting such a distinguished guest? No, I must drink more with Jiang Zhao today. I must ask the kitchen to prepare more dishes today. This fellow is successful now, and he doesn't even care about me. Ouyang Sheng replied happily. Jiang Zhao shook his head and smiled. If it weren't for Fourth Grandpa, I would have beaten you up. Ouyang Hai looked at Jiang Zhao and laughed. Fine. I will ask my grandpa to stop protecting him. Ouyang Sheng stood up. Fine. You two brothers can have a fight here. I will go out first. Jiang Zhao said. Haizi, I will not be eating here tonight. No. You must eat here tonight. If not, you are not giving me face. Ouyang Sheng left the study room and returned to his bedroom. He took out his phone and dialed a number. Yan, he is here. Wait for us to eat before you come back. Jiang Zhao looked at the time and thought about his mission today. Haizi, I will pass on Fourth Grandpa's message. Hi, don't say any more. He worries all day long. Jiang Zhao, I want to. Ouyang Sheng pulled Jiang Zhao to sit at the tea table and continued Ouyang Sheng's cooking routine. He did not follow the old man's rules and casually placed his elbows on his legs to support himself. He raised his eyes and glanced at Jiang Zhao. Jiang Zhao had always been a vigilant person. When Ouyang Hai was here, his intuition was that there was no need to persuade him about the divorce. Jiang Zhao did not reply. He liked to wait for others to say more, so that he could listen and see more, and then distinguish the intentions of others. He placed his palms on his knees and propped his shoulders up a little. He took the small teacup from Ouyang Hai and sniffed the fragrance of the white smoke rising from the cup. He swallowed the scalding hot tea into his stomach and said, This tea is really good. Fourth Grandpa has collected so many good things. Ouyang Hai laughed. Jiang Zhao, you are starting to play Tai Chi with me again. Do you not drink enough good tea? What kind of good tea does Grandpa Qin not have? I'm not afraid to be frank with you. I know that after the change of route for Subway Line 2 this time, you guys have been finalizing the plan. Don't let Fian have all the benefits. Subway Line 2 is so long, and we're brothers. What do you say? Ouyang Hai's smile was very clear. Jiang Zhao was a person who valued relationships and loyalty. If he was a sinister person, then he was also very sinister. The family Ouyang and the Qin family were old friends. Speaking of old friends, there were many kinds of old friends. If he and Ouyang Yan's marriage had been successful, then this old friendship level would have reached a new height. But at present, this kind of old friendship was definitely not at the level of sharing benefits. The second subway line was very long, and there were many stations, but there were not many empty and good places. The fattest places naturally had to be chosen by Fian and Zhuang Yichen. There were many people who grew up with Jiang Zhao. When they met, they also called each other brothers. But so what? Who would give a blueprint when they called each other brothers? Just give a hint? Then he had only been a deputy mayor for a few years. He might as well find a chance to break the rules. Heizi, look at what you're saying. I am a person who separates public and private matters. You mean that Fian is not capable? Haha, if Grandpa heard this he would be furious. He always thought that Fian was very capable. Jiang Zhao tried his best not to let the topic lean towards the second subway line. Ouyang Hai was startled for a moment, then sighed. Well, Grandpa Qin's precious grandson really can't be said to be incapable. This only child's IQ has broken through the roof. Your words really put me under a lot of pressure. Next time, Fian will say that I am insulting him behind his back. Jiang Zhao touched little Zisha's teacup and placed it on the tea table. He poured the filtered tea into his own cup and looked up at Ouyang Hai. He smiled and said, See in your eyes, I'm such a person who can't keep his words. Are you afraid that I'll go and tell Fian such trivial things? Beauty novel Songshu 566. Chapter 616. Jiang Zhao and Ouyang Hai were in the middle of this Tai Chi discussion about Subway Line 2. Dinner time had arrived. When the servant came to call them for dinner, Jiang Zhao stood up. Heizi, you don't listen to my advice. But I think Qiu is very cute. Of course. If my son is not cute, who is cute? Haha. Ouyang Hai laughed when he mentioned his son. He stood up and walked in front of Jiang Zhao. Let's go for dinner. Jiang Zhao looked at his watch. Heizi, I will not be having dinner here tonight. Everyone is here on Sunday. How can you do that? It's rare for you to come here, and you don't even want to have dinner? Ouyang Hai patted Jiang Zhao's back. Let's go. If you don't want to give me face, then give my grandfather some face. How about it? Jiang Zhao exhaled. He didn't want Ouyang Sheng to beat around the bush and ask about the second line for the whole afternoon, and then be forced by Ouyang Sheng at the dinner table in the evening. Heizi, I can't do that. I had promised Yunyi that I will go home for dinner. If I don't go home for dinner, she will throw a tantrum again. Ouyang Hai exclaimed in surprise. If other people know that Mayor Jiang is afraid of your wife, they will laugh at you. It's not that I am afraid. I am just too busy and don't have much time to accompany my family. It's rare for me to have a day off. Jiang Zhao knew that Ouyang Sheng was trying to make him give in and reject people of the same age. But as long as it was a descendant of a noble family, they should show due respect to their family's elders. It was just like how he had to salute Xi Jintian, and Xianyo had to salute his grandfather. Even Fei Yan and Shen Kai, those famous foppish fellows, when they met the elders of the aristocratic families, they still had to lower their heads. Zhao you're too much. Today, there's only you, me, Heizi, Junjun, and Qiu in the house. Our house isn't as complete as yours. Are you saying this for an old thing like me to hear? Or is it that this old thing is going to enter the coffin in a few years? You young people don't even want to have a meal with me. Ouyang Sheng had already walked to the door of the study, and his words seemed to be depressing. Jiang Zhao was speechless. Hey, fourth master, listen to what you're saying. I didn't hear anything. Jiang Zhao turned around and supported Ouyang Sheng. Let's go downstairs and eat. Alright. Ouyang Sheng turned to Heizi and said, Heizi, go and take out the two little fists that I have hidden. After Heizi agreed, Ouyang Sheng said to Jiang Zhao, Last time, this pair of wine bottles were the size of a fist, so I called them little fists. Tonight, let's drink this thing. It probably won't be enough for us to rinse our mouths. I know that you've been drinking white wine with your elders. After drinking, I still have some good wine in my collection. Let's drink a few more cups. Fourth Grandpa, let's not drink wine. I still have to drive tonight. Ouyang Sheng straightened his back. How can that be? When men eat with men without drinking wine, is it called a man? You must drink tonight. Fourth Grandpa's driver never drinks. Is his driving skills worse than a designated driver? Don't worry. After Jiang Zhao went downstairs, he went out of the hall and stood in the garden to make a phone call. The light on the horizon had faded, and the gray sky seemed a little depressing. Yin Yi. Yi Er's voice was sweet, as if the afternoon when she begged Jiang Zhao to take her to the family Ouyang had not happened at all. Hubby, I cooked a lot of Cantonese dishes tonight, and made some soup to nourish you, haha. Jiang Zhao reached out and rubbed his chin. He could imagine how much Yi Er's dishes suited his taste. Yi Er never put MSG in the dishes she cooked. After eating, he would not feel that the food he ate was tasteless. Yin Yi, I'm not going home for dinner tonight. Fourth Grandpa insisted that I stay for dinner. You and Dad eat first. Don't wait for me. But Yi Er raised her head and blinked hard. She stretched out the hand that was holding the phone far away. Then she sniffed hard. After choking, she put the phone back to her ear and smiled. But there's so much food. How can the three of us finish it? Then leave it for me. I'll have supper tonight, okay? But you don't like to eat supper. You need be good, okay? I'll go back after dinner. Yi Er leaned against the guardrail on the balcony. A drop of water dripped from the back of her white hand, splashing some fine water foam. Okay, I'll be good. Come back after dinner. Don't lie to me. I'll wait for you. Okay. You and Gigai eat. The dining room was as bright as the sun, and the atmosphere was not depressing. As cunning as Ouyang Sheng was, the older the ginger, the spicier it was. When it came to scheming, even psychological hints would be in place step by step. At the dining table, Ouyang Sheng never mentioned Ouyang Yan. He only said that brothers should take care of each other. Every sentence he said hinted that Jiang Zhao should use his authority to make things easier for Jiang Zhao. Jiang Zhao's thoughts stopped at this level. He played Tai Chi and guarded his bottom line. The glass bottle that was the size of a small fist was like an oval crystal ball. Paired with a small crystal glass, it was really exquisite. The table was filled with the aroma of wine. The small crystal glass contained very little wine, but the wine was mellow and fragrant. It was also full of alcohol. Jiang Zhao had a lot of social gatherings on a daily basis. No matter how concentrated the wine was, it was fine as long as it was not too bad for him. After Ouyang Yan returned to family Ouyang, Jiang Zhao greeted her. Ouyang Sheng called out to Ouyang Yan. Yan Yan, just in time. We're eating. Sit down and eat too. Ouyang Yan said. I've eaten. Then she rolled her eyes at Jiang Zhao. What are you doing here? Jiang Zhao said calmly. Oh, I'm here for a meal and then I'll leave. Did she think that he wanted to come? He also knew that it was not that simple to come over today. He was exhausted from the whole afternoon of playing Tai Chi around line 2. It was Sunday, and he did not want to deal with these things at all. Eat. Don't you have food at home? Why did you come to my house for a meal? Ouyang Yan took off her coat and handed it to the servant. Jiang Zhao narrowed his eyes. This was strange. Ouyang Yan had never been like this. She would never speak so directly and sharply. Even if she was unhappy, she would beat around the bush. She would try to speak as calmly as possible. Now her tone was very much like Yi Er's. When did Ouyang Yan become like this? Was she blaming him for making her move out of the apartment in the north of the city? After moving out for so long, she still could not find a place to live. Yan Yan you. Ouyang Sheng put down his chopsticks and stopped her sternly. Ouyang Yan shouted back. What am I doing? Why did you ask him to come home for a meal? Hasn't he humiliated me enough? Now you even brought him home for a meal. How can I face others in the future? Jiang Zhao did not care that Ouyang Yan did not give him face. In fact, he had been sitting on pins and needles for a long time. His wife had cooked a table full of dishes at home. It was not like he did not have food to eat. What kind of lousy boxing game was it? No matter how expensive it was not as good as the fruit wine that his wife learned from the elders at home. How could people like them understand that taste? Fourth grandfather, it's getting late. I'll go back first. When Jiang Zhao stood up, Ouyang Sheng immediately stopped her. Zhao Zhao, don't lower yourself to Yan Yan's level. She's a little bastard. Ouyang Yan snorted and ran upstairs. Jiang Zhao looked at the time. It was 8 o'clock. She felt a little dizzy. She had eaten for a long time. Fourth grandfather, hi Z, it's really getting late. I have to go back. I have to go back to work tomorrow. Ouyang Sheng sighed. Okay. It's different when you have a family. Haizi, you should learn from Zhao Zhao. Ouyang Hai laughed. Grandsons are always better than others, right? You know, and you still say it. Family. Ouyang's chauffeur drove for Jiang Zhao. After getting in the car, Jiang Zhao wanted to sleep. Yi Er watched TV at home. She switched channels one by one. She paused on each channel for a few seconds. She was not satisfied with any of them until midnight. It should be supper now, right? She had to send Sijia to school on Sunday night. At night, only Yi Er and Yun Hongwei were at home. Yi Er suddenly remembered what Jiang Zhao said in the morning. He wanted to buy a new house for her father. Actually, it was good to buy a new house. At least her father would not be worried when she was waiting for her husband at home. Yi Er wanted to be a sensible first wife. She wanted to be as generous and sensible as the first wife in ancient times. But she had reached her limit. Midnight was a sensitive time. Even if she was deceiving herself, she should know that she had been exposed when she saw someone coming to arrest her, right? She wanted to learn from Ouyang Yan to be generous, but she could not. She still had to make the call. She had been holding the phone in her hand all this time. It was burning hot. She dialed Jiang Zhao's number, but the response she got was, "The subscriber you have dialed is unavailable. Please try again later." She stood up from the sofa with a whoosh. To hell with your generosity. Before she left, she thought about it. This was the second time she was going to look for Jiang Zhao in front of her father. She lied to Yun Hongwei again, saying that Jiang Zhao had asked her to pick him up, and that he was drinking outside. Yi Er went to the garage and got into the flashy off-road vehicle. She started the engine. She drove all the way to Qingbei condominium. She had the key to Qingbei, so she did not even knock on the door. She turned the key and entered. Jiang Zhao's shoes were not at the door, nor were they in the shoe cabinet. She searched the rooms one by one. It was empty. It was all empty. There was not a single person. Yi Er stood in the house that she used to live in. She realized that there was nothing more helpless than not being able to find a person. At this moment, she felt like a trapped beast. She was locked in this cage, turning around every corner. She always thought that they would be in the closet, under the bed, on the balcony, in the kitchen. She even opened the fridge to look for them. She knew that she had really gone crazy. If the place where the two of them slept together was not there, then where could they have gone? Jiang Zhao, are you enjoying the happiness of having multiple wives? Do you want to be like the men in ancient times, where the first wife takes good care of the second wife for you? That's right. He said it was the family Ouyang's old residence. But where was the family Ouyang's old residence? She took out her phone and flipped through the contacts one by one with trembling hands. Mother-in-law? It was too late. She could not make this call. Father-in-law? It was too late. Qin family's old residence? It was too late. Fian? Fian Welfare Songshu 566. Chapter 617. Yi Er hesitated for a while before calling Qin Fian. In Xiaqian's words, the Qin Palace was the largest and most luxurious place in Sea City. It was also the most luxurious place to take a bath. Qin Fian himself also liked to take a bath here, surrounded by mist. His devilish face leaned against the edge of the pool. His white skin was slightly red from the steam. When his phone rang, his phoenix eyes lazily opened, a little impatient. When his hand reached out from the pool, the sound of water could be heard. There was a white towel by his side. He dipped his arm on it and picked up the phone. When he saw the name of the caller, he frowned. Sister-in-law. Fian, I'm sorry. Are you asleep? Qin Fian sat up a little, half of his sexy upper body coming out of the water. No, sister-in-law. Do you have something to say to me? Fian, do you know where family Ouyang's old residence is? Although Yi Er always wanted to be quiet, if her voice was too loud, she would get agitated. Therefore, she had been suppressing her voice and slowing it down, but when it reached Qin Fian's ears, it was clear that her voice was trembling. Sister-in-law, what's the matter? Fian, can you tell me where family Ouyang is? Can you send me the address? Qin Fian was a man. He knew how cunning this world was. At this time, he couldn't be blamed for being bad. No matter how good Yi Er's personality was, no matter how likable she was still his sister-in-law. And Jiang Zhao was his brother. He could feel that his brother cared about his sister-in-law, but he also knew about Ouyang Yan's past. What was the meaning of asking about family Ouyang at this time? He couldn't speak carelessly. His brother should help cover for him at this time. No matter what, he was on his brother's side. Sister-in-law, don't be anxious. Where are you? Tell me. With a splash, the beautiful man came out of the bath. Qin Fian wrapped a bath towel around his waist, walked out of the pool, and entered the changing room. Fian, you can't bully me like this. You can't help your brother lie to me like this. Tell me, where is family Ouyang? If you don't tell me, I'll go find it myself. I'll go back to the Qin family to ask Grandpa now. I'm not afraid of causing trouble. I'm telling you, Fian, don't force me. Yi Er couldn't help but cry. Qin Fian was stunned. He thought that something big was about to happen. If Grandpa heard about it, he might try to persuade him. If Grandpa knew about it, he would definitely be punished according to the family rules. What's more, if he told Yi Er the address and went to find it himself, what if something happened? He had to follow her. Sister-in-law, tell me where you are. I'll pick you up and bring you there. Don't be agitated. I'll be there right away. Yi Er had already walked to the door. She took her bag and prepared to lock the door. I'm at the apartment in the north of the city. Your brother's house is here. Fian, I'll wait for you downstairs. Fian, you can't fool me. If you're not here in 20 minutes, I'll go find it myself. Qin Fian didn't dare to refuse. Yi Er's voice conveyed her emotions. She was very emotional and very irrational. Qin Fian called Jiang Zhao, but his phone was turned off. He called Ouyang Yan, but his phone was turned off. He called Ouyang Hai, but his phone was turned off. Even the family Ouyang house's phone was turned off. Someone had pulled out the phone line. The atmosphere was too strange. Yi Er didn't choose to wait in the room. Firstly, this was where Jiang Zhao and Ouyang Yan used to live. She couldn't stay there for too long. Staying there for even a minute would make her uncomfortable. Secondly, she needed to feel the cold wind. She needed to calm down. Although the blood in her body was cold, her brain was hot. It was like a volcano that could erupt at any time after the Earth's crust moved. Magma was boiling inside her body, and she could erupt at any time. Family Ouyang in the study, Ouyang Sheng and Ouyang Hai were slowly brewing tea. Ouyang Hai just kept brewing but didn't drink. He seemed to be in a bad mood. Grandfather, I didn't agree to do this from the start. This time, you even included me in your calculations. Ouyang Sheng was indifferent. For Yan Yan, why do you have to be so calculative? If Jiang Zhao can marry Yan Yan in the future, you and Jiang Zhao will be relatives. Are you afraid that he will hate you? Ouyang Hai was unhappy. For Yan Yan? Grandfather, have you thought about the benefits of angering Jiang Zhao if this doesn't work out? Ouyang Sheng didn't care. He and Yan Yan have feelings for each other. He just doesn't have anyone to push him. Ouyang Hai rudely poured away the tea that he had just brewed and brewed it again. His voice was not loud. You're too confident. You're too confident in your granddaughter. Since young, you've always thought that she's outstanding in everything. Any man should love her to death, right? Ouyang Sheng's face darkened. You're going overboard. Haizi, don't you want Yan Yan to be happy? She's your biological sister. Yes, yes, yes. This biological sister of mine was raised by you single-handedly. So, you only care about whether your biological granddaughter can marry the man she likes. Grandfather, you'd rather destroy a temple than destroy a marriage. You only care about this kind of thing. Ouyang Sheng threw the small purple sand in his hand onto the tea set. You just want to say that I'm biased. Aren't you biased? What's wrong with Junjun? Isn't her family background just a little ordinary? What trouble has she caused for you in the past few years after marrying me? Is Qiuqiu not obedient? Isn't she cute? Ouyang Hai tugged at the tie around his neck. He stood up and imitated Ouyang Sheng to throw the small purple sand in his hand, but it fell to the ground. The porcelain shards flew everywhere, and the tea foam flew everywhere. He took a deep breath. Grandfather, this is the last time you threaten me. I promise you, there won't be a next time. The next time you protect Yan and do something ridiculous, don't involve me in anything. I'll pretend that I don't know. But, the next time you kidnap Junjun and Qiuqiu to the old mansion to threaten me, don't acknowledge me anymore. All the assets under your name can be given to Yan. I can't inherit such a generous amount of assets. Let our family of 3 live a little more peacefully. Ouyang Sheng's face paled, and his entire body trembled. When he stood up, his voice trembled. Haizi, you're all my flesh. Which part of grandfather doesn't dote on you? The family Ouyang's things are all yours. Yan will eventually get married. Today's matter, grandfather didn't intend to use Junjun and Qiuqiu to threaten you. If you'd been more obedient, grandfather. Ouyang Sheng laughed self-deprecatingly. Be obedient? This matter is clearly Yan being disobedient. You can make up this matter yourself, but you insist on making me drag it out. Do you want Jiang Zhao to have scruples in the future? Even so, do you need to use Junjun and Qiuqiu to threaten me? Qiuqiu is my biological son, grandfather. Do you have to favor Yan to this extent? If that Jiang Zhao still has feelings for her, he definitely wouldn't have married Yin Yi. Ouyang Sheng straightened his back and said loudly, Do you think every man is as one-track-minded as you? Ouyang Sheng raised his chin, raised his eyebrows slightly and said hatefully, I'm one-track-minded. You're not one-track-minded? Aren't you helping Yan single-mindedly? Let her do whatever she wants. Go and pluck the moon for her. Hurry up and do it. Ouyang Sheng understood that Ouyang Hai was complaining about his favoritism. Haizi, Yan has always been sensible. All these years, when has she ever asked me for anything? When has she ever asked for anything from the family? She's always been very obedient. You can't reject your sister just because of this. That's right. You can't reject your sister because of this. Yes, she didn't ask for anything. When has she ever asked for anything that was a bastard request? When she was in university, she had a good relationship with Jiang Zhao. The family felt that the marriage between the two families was a strong alliance. They were about to get engaged. In a moment of impulse, she said that she didn't want to rely on the family to make a career. She didn't want to get engaged and threw Jiang Zhao aside. She wanted others to understand her. Old Master Qin even came to mediate. Old Master Jiang rushed over from Jiang District to say good things. What did you do? You even persuaded Jiang Zhao to let her go. At that time, she didn't want him. Now, she thinks that Jiang Zhao is good? What were you doing earlier? You continue to play along with her. I want to see what you two will do. Yan isn't playing along. She's too young. She needs to learn to cherish her experience. Ouyang Hai felt too tired. He couldn't care about other people's happiness. He couldn't even protect himself. Continue to let her learn what life is. Grandfather, I've completed my task today, right? Can I bring my wife and child back now? Qiuqiu is asleep. Haizi, he's asleep. I'll go and hug him. Ouyang Hai turned around and exhaled. I feel embarrassed to stay here for even a minute longer. Haizi, what did you say? When Ouyang Sheng shouted, he felt his liver burn. Ouyang Hai turned around. His eyes were full of disdain. He smiled. I feel embarrassed. My biological sister must be an ugly monster. Otherwise, she must be crazy. All the men in Haiqing are dead. She can't get married. That's why I cooperated with you to set such a big trap for Jiang Zhao. Ouyang Sheng was so angry that he was panting heavily. However, he knew that his grandson had been angry from beginning to end today. Haizi, I've already said that everything in the Ouyang family belongs to you. Why are you fussing over such a small matter with your sister? Yan doesn't want anything from you. She just likes Jiang Zhao. She's so generous. She doesn't want anything. She just wants Jiang Zhao, right? Ouyang Hai took off the tie around his neck and rubbed it. Holding it in his hand, he sneered. Just wait and see. If her marriage with Jiang Zhao doesn't work out, you'll have to clean up the mess later. Ouyang Hai left the study and ran up to the 3rd floor. The children's room wasn't locked. He opened the door and saw that Jun had fallen asleep with Chiu in her arms. He reached into the blanket and touched Jun's neck. Jun was shocked. Hai patted her shoulder to comfort her. Jun, get up and put on your clothes. Carry Chiu. Let's go home. Jun's eyes reddened and she nodded. After she put on her clothes, Chiu was still sleeping soundly. Hai handed the car keys to Jun and took off his jacket to wrap Chiu. Jun, drive the car to the door. It's cold outside. Chiu will wake up later. Okay. I'll go right away. Jun took the keys. Dahai, bring Chiu down in 5 minutes. Okay. Hurry up. Let's leave this place quickly. I don't want to stay here for another minute. 5 minutes later, Hai carried Chiu and sat in the back seat. Jun turned on the headlights and flashed them at the big iron gate outside the villa. When the security guard saw them, he didn't let them in. Instead, he turned back to the security room and dialed the internal line to inquire. Attention, Hongcha 866, that you're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.